What's up, everybody? Here with you in the. Let me know in the. If you can hear. Testing 1 2. Charlie WIlmoth here with you live in about 6 minutes. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me okay.
Yeah. And then Garrett is 5 so far, but I'm not sure what Garrett's at. Normally 2 better.
Garrett is 67 though. How much is buying?
Oh no.
67, 50, something like that.
Oh yeah.
From Bell Gardens, California, we are live at the bike. I'm Charlie Wilmoth here with you for an evening of $25.50 no limit hold'em with a $50 big blind ante.
Where's the queen?
Dealer still wins? You wanna drop a button? Ah, okay, sorry.
Yo, you do for him? Who's him?
See our starting stacks for today. And player you want to pay attention to, if you are not already aware of him, is YoViral, who you see there with the big face mask in seed 8. He's going to be sitting with 17,500. He's a French vlogger. He's been on the show before a couple years ago. Produced a pretty crazy highlight video of times in which he really confused people by using min bets that caused them to go insane. So he should be interesting to watch. We'll get more into his accomplishments as we go on here today. See Israeli Ron right next to him in seat 7. Elle in seat 3, Christina in seat 2. And we are going to have Garrett here in just a bit. So we'll get underway here today. Again, we're going to be playing $25.50, $50 big blind ante.
That was close. Okay, we need to do something here.
Puts around to the blinds. And Edmund's going to open here.
No, I don't mind.
I mean, I'll keep mine. You'll keep his over
Christina, who is a poker player from Las Vegas, wakes up with pocket 4s in the big blind.
When you put 100K on the table, you gotta give her respect.
She defends. Bottom pair for Edmund. And Christina's going to see a turn here.
Who's over there? Are we live?
Yeah.
This could go check, check. Both players perhaps satisfied to try to take their pairs to showdown. Ace on the river, and Edmund is probably going to have a bit more ace-X in his range. He bets as a bluff, and Christina lets it go. Some shout-outs to the chat. Nick from Yuma, Wes Moran, Lakers Nation. What's going on? Mitch Techt. Nice to have you with us. As we get started here today, we're going to have 2 straight days of high-stakes poker here on Live at the Bike. Tomorrow, 100, 200, 200 with Garrett, Bill Klein, and Eric Hicks. Mike picks up pocket 9s here under the gun.
225.
Makes it 225, pretty big raise, and that'll take it down.
All right. I'll take all of them. Thank you. Cool, really cool, yeah. Thanks.
As we see Garrett joining us.
Yeah. Oh, well, we are off, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Garrett, of
How
course,
much do you have behind Garrett?
I had no idea. Shit.
got married earlier this month.
But what do we do with the phone?
I guess.
So it's been a busy month here for Garrett. We're happy to see him back at the tables.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing?
Good, thank you. What about you?
Deal him in right away.
We'll liven him up.
I don't know, going on.
Yeah, I hear you. Same.
Fine jokes, nobody likes them. I know my jokes.
Is that, no, that's not bad.
Not that bad.
We'll have to outpace.
150.
Getting warmed up.
And a raise from YoViral.
What are your guys'
The Queen Deuce
Hi, I'm Christina.
takes it down.
Garrett. What is it? Lee? Lay. Garrett, nice to meet you. What's up, bro? Yeah, I know you. I do. What
Johan?
Up? What up, Johan? Nice. We've met before, I think, right?
No, I think no, because I was here in 2019. I played a couple times, but I think you were not.
I was not
informed.
here.
Yeah.
I play with him.
I played with you. Huh?
What's your name? What is it? Edmund. Edmund.
Yeah.
Good to meet you guys. You too. I'm glad I got one buddy here to sit next to and bother the whole time.
250.
750.
How you been?
750.
Yeah.
Big race here from Ron under the gun. And a 3-bet from Yo.
Michael, how are you today?
How's it going?
I'm just chilling.
And that gets the fold
Any vacation?
from a hand that had him dominated in clubs. YoViral is a French poker
Can you
vlogger.
bring mine? Can you bring
His real name is Johan Gilbert.
Strong.
No, thank you.
As I mentioned before, he has been on the show in the past. A couple years ago, he was on the show. But he's been up to some big things recently. Had a win in a 25K tournament and a third in a 100K tournament at the Super High Roller Bowl Europe in Cyprus. And has had 2 cashes already at this year's World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. So establishing himself recently as a force on the tournament poker scene. See how he does here tonight. He's going to raise it up with ace-10 suited.
Zero. 200. Take it.
And Ron will defend his big blind.
That's Mike's. You gave mine to Mike.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Oh,
And an ace-high board.
because you didn't write down literally 2 pieces of the fruit, right?
So Ron already in an unfortunate spot here.
Want to make another one? Okay. I'll drink this while they bring the other one. Like 2 of just
Like
pieces.
one
Yeah, two little pieces.
Small bet here from Yo.
It's quiet because I don't think anybody really knows each other here at lunch.
8 on the turn. Good card for Ron, whether he knows it or not. Now he's chopping. The 5 doesn't matter. They're going to chop up this pot, assuming it does go to showdown. Both players having aces and 8s with the queen. Yo's going to go for value here.
14.
And he overbets. Interesting overbet with the middle of his range here. Might be trying to put weaker aces in a tough spot.
10 seconds.
But I think regardless, this is pretty much always a spot where Yo's hand is at least chopping. Ron does make the call,
No, I took this.
and they will chop it up.
I have 3 cards. Doesn't count.
You win more.
I win more than I think.
You deserve more. Listen. I was trying to make you fall the shot.
I figured it's a job, that's why I called.
Yeah.
Lakers Nation says Charlie, is there something you can learn from a player by the way they stack chips? I think potentially, yes. I'm somebody who stacks their chips in an unusual way. Might not be the most experienced player, but then again, I mean, that could be the easiest tell to reverse.
Back then, anyone who would flip
So you want to look out,
any amount, any,
drawing too many conclusions for that kind of thing.
Fuck it. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, sorry. That's your question. No, that's
I'll
your
take a
question.
look at this one. You can look first if you want. You need all the help you can get, am I right?
Yeah, I do.
I do also think that people who stack their chips the way Mike has his might be more likely to be of the gambling type, and people who stack their chips in the more typical organized stacks of 20 sort of way might be more conventional, but again, that's
Article for sure.
not the most reliable tell. 10 deuce deuce here, trips for Ron.
Good.
L fires at this.
French.
Yeah,
First language, right?
French.
Saw on my Twitter.
Yeah, you saw.
Slow plays here.
I looked at it and I was like, all right, I know enough about language. That's French. Yeah.
I think I like if he's aware of how aggressive L can be.
Malta, cool, nice. I haven't been. I've heard it's beautiful though.
Yeah, it's amazing.
How long have you been there?
This does look like a spot where
The start of the World
Ron
Cup.
could have something like pocket sixes
I'm in
or
Vegas,
something
I
like
just came,
10-9 suited
Yeah.
that might fold at some point to further
You come
aggression.
in Vegas sometime?
But Ron has the
Probably not.
goods.
My days of traveling for poker might be behind me. Maybe the main event this year, but also probably not.
Ah, yeah?
Yeah. I know it's fun. Like it's like I'm not like too good for it. It's a lot of fun. I just
You have a family.
That should
yeah,
send a message
that
to
and
L
I
that
also
he's not
like
going to get Ron
just
off
like
his
home.
hand.
I like routine.
You like routines. Okay.
I like being at home. I'm saying.
Ah, yeah.
Don't like hotels.
No hotels.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
Los Angeles. You have. It's your city.
Yeah, exactly.
L does let it go.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, one of my,
If there was ever a year to go, it's this year, right? Because finally nice weather in Vegas for poker. And
Yeah. It's a bit too cold actually. It's,
is it a little cold?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a little cold.
So I'm from Arizona. I don't know if you've heard of that, but
It's hot. It's warm.
it's really hot, but it's like Vegas, so it's like it's colder than you would think in the winter, just like
Ah,
Vegas, you know? Yeah.
It
Too
gets
hot,
colder.
too cold.
Yeah, for sure. So you were in Vegas, I guess, for the last few weeks or something?
Yeah, 2.5 weeks I
Yeah.
think.
You like tournaments or?
Yeah, tournament, exactly. Yeah, I'm playing the series.
Yeah. I've tried for like 20 years to do good in a tournament and
No?
never once did good, even once.
Did
So
you play a lot of tournaments?
No,
that's why maybe.
yeah. But
It's
that's
a
why
try again thing.
I
It's a-
hate them. You have to like do
Yeah.
good once at least, right?
Yeah.
Or
You have
you're
to
never.
try again so many times.
You have to keep trying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
keep trying. Like it's like.
yeah. I've never even made a final table of like a big tournament.
Yeah?
So
I'm sure you didn't try many times.
that's right.
Yeah, yeah.
But like, that's why like, because everyone says it's like a drug. Like once you finally go really deep in a tournament, you get like
It's true.
addicted.
It's true.
Yeah.
You get an adrenaline that doesn't exist nowhere else.
For sure.
I played 2 years ago a couple times and I did good with them. I was for 400, I go to the
You're in some castle.
Yeah.
and, but like, I mean, for 400, I went to like, no cash, right? It's raining,
Battle Knight
races and you get scratched.
1381 says
Then
they
you
have a
don't have
$38
another
bankroll on 888 Poker.
You prefer cash.
Won a 3,000 person free roll, cash for $27.50, first place. And bankroll is now over $66. Congratulations.
Yes.
Commentator who?
Ça va.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
This is the
I'm
Poker
not
Commentator
playing
Craves.
skills. Okay.
Got an open from Ron and a couple calls.
I think your backpacker's calling.
Notice YoViral calling with King Jack offsuit from the button, which is interesting. He does flop best
I send everything.
on King 8-8. Ron C bets. And Yo calls. Ooh, 6 for Ron here on the turn. 6 from out of nowhere.
Oh,
Ron bets half pot. Doesn't look that strong. Looks like a sizing he might use with a king. Or with clubs. And let's see what he does here on the river.
$4,000.
Pot. 4,000 into 4,000. And I think an issue for Yo is that even if Ron is overplaying a king, it's not likely that Yo is ahead. He does make the fold, and pretty quickly. Nice fold for Yo as Ron takes down this $8,000 pot.
In your front stack of white, there's a purple. Yeah, in the front stack, there's a purple mixed in.
Oh. Means I lost $75. That's not that good.
It's always better when it happens in reverse. $225.
Mike raises it. Ron calls. Queen high board for Ron. Mike c-bets here, and
Yes.
I think this is a spot where you just don't have to c-bet. I think that you're out of position on a board that can change pretty easily, and that Ron is
800? 800.
not folding very often here. He's going to put in a small raise. And somehow gets snap called by Mike. Deuce of spades on the turn.
1.
And Ron has to be a little bit concerned that Mike could have a flush here.
18.
He's going to bet anyway, and he bets pretty big. This does at least deny equity to hands that, like Mike's, that have one spade in them. But it seems mostly pretty likely to get action from better hands and folds from worse. Regardless, Ron takes it down. Off to a little mini heater to start
Can we straddle this
the
round?
evening here on Live with Mike.
Yeah.
Sweet.
My coach told me. My coach told me a few years ago that Queen Deuce is the best hand in poker. So I'm in
It's like 2 queens.
Yeah, it's like 2 queens. You see? Yeah, I like that. Nah, this story is really stupid.
Sounds like you're about to hear it.
I did win a pot against Ace King with Queen Deuce, flop Ace Queen Deuce, and it wasn't anything. It was a 100 game. It wasn't even. And the guy went berserk. How did I get into the house? Which I don't remember, but I still played the same, so it doesn't matter.
300.
And
So straddle's on
I just
now.
kept telling the story over the
Christina
years,
opens
and I
here
knew this
with
is
ace-7.
not even saying this. Because I did this one, I came to the
Mike
casino,
calls
and
from the
somebody
second
told me,
blind.
"Put your Queen Deuce, you keep talking about it." That was it.
Heads up.
You know who told me? Oh, you know. You know who told me to put it in? You remember Sue?
I don't know.
No, Sue.
4.
Oh, yeah.
You know what that means?
I know.
Raise.
I was oh,
Christina quickly c-bets, and Mike raises. And this is odd to me because Mike called out of the second blind. I don't know how often he ever really has a 3 here. I guess he would have ace-3 suited, but he's not going to have much trips in general. Shouldn't have pocket 10s either. So I'm not really sure what he reps with a raise, except maybe something like ace-10 or king-10. Regardless, Christina doesn't have much, and Mike is able to take it down. Shout out to Wheeze in the chat. What's going on?
Oh yeah, 100. Sorry.
Lots of French fans in the chat. Yo is quite a popular player in France.
Come out. Raise.
Raise here from L.
825.
Mike 3 bets. It's small, but L's hand is exactly the sort of hand that fares very poorly against 3 bets, and he lets it go.
Trying to get Matt's attention. Is your headset on?
What's up?
Oh, I was just trying to get a hold of food service because when he was in here earlier. Yeah, 25.
Oh.
I'm adding 5. Sounds good. L's gonna add
Hey, how
5.
are you? Can I see a minute?
Stoy says, any beginner tips for someone that has never played live poker? I would say make sure you have a couple of buy-ins, at least a couple of buy-ins at whatever stake you're trying to play.
Guys, what do you suggest for?
Make sure you can afford to lose those buy-ins.
I
Don't
haven't
be
been here in so
intimidated.
long because of COVID. So the menu's
Be
like so
aggressive.
different. Yeah.
Y'all, if you like meat, y'all do.
And overfold on the river.
It's,
That would be my advice. Someone's showing a lot of aggression on the river.
I think I took this one.
Fold a little bit more than you think is right. Eric Hicks says, any tips for me against Garrett tomorrow? Get position on him.
Oh, it's on the Asian side.
Blind, please.
Have position on Garrett.
Oh, okay.
This is the one in the hotel, and the other one is the other side.
So I will trust you.
It's sort of a joke. The players do not get to pick their seats.
300.
We draw for seats at the beginning of the evening.
Ron, you first. Or next, or whatever.
But I would say if you can get position on Garrett, that would be what I would want. And if you can't have that, then I would tighten up a little bit. Nick from Yuma says, Eric Hicks, never ever talk to him. I mean, period, before, during, or after you play.
Yes.
Yeah, I think don't talk to him during a hand. That's good advice.
It was 18.
Can be okay. I take that. Thank you.
I'll make it right.
With vegetables, roasted vegetables inside.
What type of vegetables?
And I don't know. You have like roasted vegetables, a combo of vegetables.
It's Asian, so.
That one actually you only can put rice, chow mein, or you can do fried rice.
You say rice? Yeah, rice. Very good.
Like steamed rice or fried rice?
Steamed rice. Thank
Jimmy James says, my issue with live poker is I can't stop the hand jitters when I have a good hand. Can't seem to
yeah,
fix it.
150.
I guess the
No,
solution
but-
there, if you honestly can't fix it, would be to start doing the hand jitters when you don't have a good hand. Make sure your hand jitters are balanced.
Yes.
Then I'll have that and the order of
Raise from L.
Would you like it with steamed rice,
fried rice.
fried rice?
Yo calls, and this is not a call that charts will tell you to make. similar to his call on the button with King Jack offsuit earlier. But it is a call that you can make if you believe that you're really good post flop and can potentially outplay people.
Anybody else want to put?
Pretty monstrous flop for L though, who has a gutter to a straight flush.
5.
And Yo forced to fold.
Hi, Garrett. Welcome back.
It's the best dish in this country. It's the best dish, I would say.
H.U. Musk says, what's the best practice for those of us who can't play online? Just study better players? Sure, I mean, that's one thing you can do. I would say that if you can find a way to play online, that would be ideal. And if you can get access to a solver or a training site, those things are both very helpful. Just a limp here from Mike with pocket kings.
We ordered food.
Do you want, like, do you know what you want?
No, we already ordered.
Oh, okay. On app?
You can eat at the table now.
No, she.
Okay. Oh,
That's
she-
the only thing
if
he's trying to
she-
figure out.
if you
You
got
can
an
eat at
order
the
from
table
He's
now.
going to be
somebody,
hoping for a raise, but he's not going to get one.
she'll come.
Can you take this one away?
Yeah.
Thank you.
7-6 deuce.
Putting both to work here so far, huh?
200.
And I believe it was Mike who bet the 200. Okay,
Yeah,
L bet
I
the
like
200
to
and Mike
sweep the whole
called.
way. Well, not the whole way, but the 7-10.
L's gonna keep
was
betting.
so I just let her go the whole way.
With a gutter now.
Where'd you come from?
Mike quickly
Oh,
calls.
you came north, that's why.
Yeah, I know you're coming
Yeah,
from.
I come south, yeah. From the, where was it? The 105 and 710.
And I think L was
North on the
bluffing
710,
there on the
3
turn,
miles was just like the dark red. Yeah.
in which case he is considering continuing to bluff here.
2,000.
He bets more than the pot,
Yeah.
and Mike called him so quickly on the turn. I might not have pulled the trigger there in L's shoes. Mike quickly snaps him off with pocket kings. So he gets sneaky with pocket kings pre-flop. Doesn't get the action he wants there, but gets
They have
plenty
on
of
the
it
105,
How do you guys
not
want to
the
do
7.
collection?
post-flop.
Oh, the 7.
Just by number.
Getting
You
pocket
guys wanna do
fives to
bomb
fire
flops?
3
Yeah.
bets into it.
300? Cool?
Yeah.
All right, 300 bomb.
Yeah, we're gonna do it anyway.
And then the collection's by number.
Cool.
Oh, it's a collect. It's a.
$300 bomb pot.
The winner pay?
No, by
They're
number.
number.
Yeah. So anything but number 4, free food. So it's clear, I'm 5, he's 8.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a bomb pot, $300. Ace 9-5. Christina's got jacks. She has to be a little bit annoyed.
15.
L with a flush draw. Bets big.
130.
Top 2 for Edmund.
Oh, cool. 3,700? Raise, 3,700.
He raises. And now L in an annoying spot. These players aren't super deep. Given that there was 2,100 dead in their pre-flop. Now, L's going to continue, and I guess the problem with this is that if Edmund is bluffing with a club draw or has ace-X of clubs here, L's in deep, deep trouble.
All in.
And Edmund snap jams it in. And now L is kind of getting a price, but probably not a good enough one to make this call. Whether he actually has equity here or not. Remember, he's drawing dead against ace X of clubs or queen X of clubs. And he does make the fold.
Button. Take it.
On the bump.
I was gonna add 10.
Can we make the bomb pause 200?
I mean, whatever. We already agreed. I don't really care that much.
Wait.
Wait.
I already did. The button correct?
No, I was just thinking about that. It should be. Wait, no. He has a button on the. He has a button on the.
Eric Hicks points out that it is 1:30 in the morning in France right now. We've got a lot of
Yeah.
French fans of Yo in the chat.
Good when you flop.
Yes.
And you have position.
50 more, Mike?
That helps.
Bunch of dead money out there, and Mike is going to put in the $50 with queen 5 off. Flops second pair. He checks, which I like a lot against an aggressive player like Garrett.
He's on 5.
Bets the turn after turning 2 pair and takes it down. .7 says, yeah, it's late in France, but seeing Yo is worth it.
300.
Glad to have you with us. Race here from L.
What are you saying? Oh, yeah. I just did it.
And a call from Ron. Not much there for either player.
It was really fun. Is that? I heard. Yeah. It was like, thanks, bro. Appreciate it. It was like a week long and stuff. We just had so much fun. Yeah, we were in Santa Barbara.
We know,
The whole week, yeah. It's hard
Al
to go
takes
back
this
to
one
real
down.
life after, man. It felt like right out of like a fairy tale the whole week, you know. It was so fun. No, we kept it small, like 65 total guests. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah, real small. Just cause, yeah, that's just kind of like.
That's why it was a fairy tale.
That's why, right? Yeah, because it was like all the people we really cared about. You know, not a whole bunch of extras. Yeah. None of our parents' friends or obligation invites or anything like that.
Yeah, we started on my daughter's wedding in May, so we're going to the list.
Yeah. That's a lot of work, huh? It's a lot of stress.
I'm just sitting on the side. I'm just writing the check.
Yeah.
Let them do what
Good
they
for
want.
you. That's very nice of you to do it that way. I'll bet 1,400.
1,400.
Open for Mike here. Garrett races it up.
Coffee.
Yeah. Nice to talk about marriage.
Oh, yeah. He said, oh, you
Yeah,
remember
right.
she's going to the ball today.
Everyone's excited to talk about their marriage the week after, right?
I've been married 17 years now, so.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the people I hear who've been married a long time, they're like,
Try 35.
they're really excited about it. They're like happy
Try
for me.
35.
It's going fast, so I'll get there hopefully.
If it's the right person, that's
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
You're married too, I guess?
Yeah.
Nice. How long?
10 years.
10 years. Nice. Good for you.
I got married young.
Yeah. He has kids. But you guys have both have kids as
I
well?
have 3 kids.
Three.
Well,
Nice.
I have twins, 8-year-old and
Nice.
12-year-old.
Oh, okay. Nice. How about you? Yeah.
2 and 5.
2 and 5. Yeah.
Time goes
Yeah.
by too fast, man.
Yeah.
Trying to enjoy all the little things that you know.
Yeah. I think the twins would be great, man.
One shot. Hard.
Yeah,
One shot,
exactly.
one shot.
Great, but hard.
It's really hard to do, right? The math is against you getting them. Yeah.
I did one of each. They're 14 months apart. What the work this one?
I know my talking to him. He just keeps raising
You
everything.
got it.
Let's stay quiet.
I was just chilling for
The
a while.
quiet is
Right?
good.
Yeah,
You guys woke him up. What happened?
Yeah, they know I'm really uncomfortable when it's really quiet. I can do it, but I don't like it.
But I warned you when he came in.
What's that?
I warned you when he came in.
Yeah, it's a quiet group for sure. Yeah, yeah, we'll do probably 2.
You should as fast as you can.
Yeah.
You're not getting any younger, you know?
Yeah. She's like 4 years younger than me, so a little better, but yeah, it's not gonna be too long. What else I got going on?
Yeah,
I got nothing going on.
Like harder than all that.
Steam straddle.
Oh, you just
Better to play big.
No more straddling to 200, please. Makes me kind of nervous.
So a straddle of 200 here. Edmund calls out of the second blind.
Still remember your way?
L checks. It's
Yeah.
the same hand.
What'd you guys do? Big one or?
I don't know. 400.
Always, right? Sick. Nice.
L bets. Edmund calls.
People you never know is them.
Yeah.
And now double gutters from both players.
Bought our house from an Armenian family. I don't know if you know the Arzians by chance, but I don't know if they do work in real estate, but they live in that area near.
L
what's the
isn't
nice
gonna
city that's like near
turn
Pasadena?
equity and not keep
Even
firing.
La
San Marino?
Flinta or something. What's it
Oh,
called?
La Piñera. La Piñera.
There.
Edmund calls again. Now both players have bricked.
Yeah, but they build everywhere.
And Edmund is going to bluff here.
Well, that's it.
Which is nuts, right? Yeah.
You were doing real estate, Mike?
What?
You real estate?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, we bought that house a year
And
ago.
I'm not sure what value he does this with.
Something just stupid. Like,
This looks to me like exactly what it
You got
is.
across the street from one? They bought the house about a year ago.
Problem, of course, for L is that he's
And they got a job in
just as
Florida.
weak himself.
He's happy to move over. And they put it in the market for 4.1.
Yeah.
1 year.
In which city?
I think Edmund is saying he has something like 10-9 here,
42.
but it's pretty thin. L does sniff it out and puts in the raise.
damn, that's crazy.
And with the way this hand has gone down, L can really have pretty much any strong hand here.
The price for every food, you get $300,000.
Except
4
something
million out-
like
4
pocket
million
10s or
insured
pocket
now,
9s.
it's gonna be a beautiful home.
Does get a fold and a nice move from L, who
They did redo it. Has a nice pool, has a nice backyard.
Yeah.
Sniffs out.
It's about
Probably on what, like 15,000
river
square
bluff.
feet or something?
the house.
from Edmund and puts in a rebluff of his own.
No, the lot.
Oh, the lot is like all of us, like 12 and a half.
12 and a half. Well, not the house.
If you like seeing some high stakes poker on a Thursday, make sure to hit like and subscribe on whatever platform you're watching us on, YouTube or Twitch. And mark your calendar for tomorrow. We're going to have a 100, 200, 200 game featuring Garrett, Bill Klein, and Eric Hicks. 100, 200, 200 next Friday as well.
Have you been
Mike picks up pocket nines.
Yes.
Takes it down?
But not that long. Only maybe like a couple weeks I've spent in Paris. So I want to go back and do like a lot of the beautiful hiking.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you hike in France or?
No, I didn't hike.
Yeah.
I used to live in Paris 3 years. You like Paris?
I didn't dislike it. It was cool. I think in general, like I don't love cities as much. I like kind of being out in nature and you
You
know.
should go to the Alps, you know, Alps,
Uh-huh.
the mountains.
Of course.
Those are
Yeah.
The thing, this is the thing you will like.
On the border of Switzerland and France.
And France,
right?
yeah.
Uh-huh.
The French side is amazing. The Swiss, there is the Swiss side and the Italian side.
Yeah. I've heard all of them are beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm
Even
going
the
to
Austrian side.
Yeah. I'm going to Switzerland in a couple months.
Cool.
So that'll be fun. Ski. But I've heard skiing in France is also amazing.
Perfect.
Yeah.
If I have a recommendation about the station, you
Yeah.
can go to a station called Tignes.
Tignes, okay.
Tignes.
Yeah.
This is my favorite station, ski station in France.
Nice. In France, nice. Have you skied in Switzerland?
I think yes, and also in the Italian border.
Okay.
Yes.
Train wreck developing here, so a limp on the button from
no, I don't
Edmund.
remember.
Christina raises it in the small blind.
I'll
L
give you the
three
names of
bets,
the
and then
places we're going. Maybe
Mike
it'll
wakes
ring a
up with
bell. So
pocket
there's Zermatt,
queens
which is
in
very
the straddle.
famous. That's like where the Matterhorn is.
What's the name?
Zermatt.
Zermatt. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
it's in Swiss. Right?
Just
Yeah.
calls,
And then
wow.
also
I thought we might
Andermatt,
see
smaller.
Okay.
And then Davos. Maybe
25 or
I've
27K
heard
pot
only
here.
on
Refund,
Zermatt.
but maybe not. Good fold from Christina, I think.
Skiing. I was raised skiing, and I can't.
It's going to be
change.
so hard to realize with a
I
hand
was
like
raised
King
skiing
Queen
and then
offsuit
I
out of
moved
position.
to
against
Everybody
these kinds of
did.
ranges.
Yeah, I'm the only guy that won't
Yeah.
change something. Like I'm
Mike's
so
still
stubborn,
best.
Yeah. I like, can't be bad at things. It drives me crazy. So I never wanted to learn snowboarding.
Yeah.
It's faster, isn't it? It goes faster.
I don't think it goes faster. I think ski goes faster, but I think it's different sensations. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think ski goes faster.
I'll go on trips with friends. There'll be 20 of us. I'll be the only one on skis.
Mike raises it
Everybody would be on
on
snowboard.
the
Everybody
flop,
snowboards,
and
yeah.
L forced to fold.
I've been different. We do every 2 years until the corona. We go to Europe
So-
with the cycling. We cycle.
Over on YouTube, we had a poll a moment ago about who people were here
Like
to see. 50% of you said yo, 49% said Garrett.
Yeah, all the way to Czechoslovakia,
okay.
and then one day
So
we went down
evenly split here.
to Paris, we went down the fast
Fans of yo and fans of Garrett. Hopefully we can get some interesting hands between these two players
castles
as this evening develops.
La Loire.
But anyway, every 2 years we go like 6, 7 adults with the kids. I'm a kid, really, like 30 years old, but I do it for like a week. You raise. It's a
Raise from
cool,
Christina.
so they do this, they
Mike
rent you
picks
the
up
bike,
another
they
big hand.
Set up the hotel for you. And in the morning you put the suitcase in a hotel and you do the bike ride, like, you know, like 50, 80 kilometers. And then the other
And
side
Christina
of the hotel,
4-bets, I don't mind that.
it's like
She's
full bicycle.
seen Mike be pretty aggressive in a couple spots so far, but he's had some good hands. She's got a good hand to get a little bit out of line with. Not a strong enough hand to call, really.
I didn't play the game.
25.
She fires the flop and takes it down.
Nice hand.
Fingers.
So a nice hand for Christina. After Mike just calls her 4-bet, she's able to take it down on a board that doesn't hit either player. Not a play you want to make with 100% frequency, but a pretty good one to have in your arsenal, especially if you're in a seat like the one Christina has. You have players like Al and Garrett who have position on you and are probably going to make your button opens a little bit more difficult to play than they might otherwise be.
For yours? Level. 20.
I'll take care of it. I got
Thank you.
Race here from Yo. Christina and Mike call.
How much is it?
Nobody has anything.
No, we don't have that. I think it's that's You're gonna get a winner?
Very small bet from Yo. Both players call. And still no one with a pair.
Tommy. Oh.
like Mike bets the turn, despite not picking up any equity, and takes it down.
So like that? Or
Yeah, he just misses. Just that.
Thank you.
No problem. You're right. 300. Nine.
Yo raises it up. Christina 3-bets. And Yo quickly folds.
Okay.
Like the way
Like that?
Christina's played so far.
200.
Not familiar with her, but she's shown she's capable of getting in the mix with some good hands and some bad ones.
He bought this battle here first.
Free.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
It'll work out. You won't have to
In my
shut up.
favor?
It's the same for you.
Yeah, it ends up being the same.
Call
Okay.
it a draw.
300.
Well, you didn't tell me about your straddles and your bomb pods.
How much money?
Straddles
15.
and the bomb pods.
It's the first time we've ever straddled.
Uh-huh, sure. That's what they all say. It's their first
Never
time.
done it.
Yo 3-betting.
It might not be the first time. I'll come clean.
Eight deuce. And Yo might see this as a small bet spot.
Seven.
Does go 700, about a quarter of the pot. And Garrett's going to be folding pretty infrequently here. Three on the turn brings in diamonds. Yo doesn't have a diamond.
He needs glamour shots.
Yeah, I really do.
See your chips.
He checks. Garrett has the 10 of diamonds.
Okay. I would love a poker picture.
It'll be interesting to see if Yo checked here to check fold or to check call or what. He does quickly make the fold in response to a big bet from Garrett, who wins the first battle between these two players.
We will let you pose however you want.
One a big
Yeah, you just put
star of
buy
poker
an
here in the
outcome,
US,
play hand, pretend
the other a star of poker in France.
Okay, we should just take it now then. We're starting stack. Let's take it now. It's fine.
See the chip, make them look intense. Tell them to take their mask off when you take it.
Make them look intense.
Pull your mask down.
For what?
When they
You
shoot,
said
tell them to
make
take the
them look
mask off.
intense.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's LA, you know. World Series, they have their style.
300. No, please give them all. Yeah, okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Race here from Garrett. Christina calls from the second line. That'll bring Mike along as well.
Big play.
8-7-6.
5.
Who have or have not played? That you played.
Garrett bets half pot. Interesting fold from Christina. Knows this pot is going to be difficult to play. If she calls here and is forced to play against Garrett out of position. Also probably knows that he's not going to be c-betting this spot all that much into two players. Instead, Mike raises, Garrett calls. Mike's going to keep firing. Sort of merging here. Potentially getting value from draws. Also potentially putting eights or overpairs in a tough spot. 10 on the river.
2,000.
Mike bet quite small on the turn and is now betting small again on the river.
Absolutely. I can even what do you like?
So an interesting decision point for Garrett. I think all three options could be on the table here.
I have a favorite Greek player off the strip though. That's how
He calls,
there's amazing.
getting a price, and Garrett wins a pot of almost $10,000 after Mike raises the flop, bets small on the turn and small again on the river.
It's very authentic.
Is that home? Vegas?
Yeah, there's a place off the strip that's just a great Greek restaurant. Are you Greek?
No, I love all Mediterranean food though.
Me too.
Yeah.
Every time I go there, I feel like this is where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah.
Here, drinking wine and walking around.
Have you been to Greece or any of the Greek islands? Yeah,
Just ViraL, Garrett?
the food there is like
So
the
good.
best ever. Yeah,
The best, huh?
it's
Oh,
incredible.
sorry. Sorry, friends.
No, the best is that.
Yeah,
It's what you say.
yeah.
France has good fries.
Yeah.
At least I got one guy.
At least one thing.
I got the
is
penny.
that
I got the penny laugh. Ooh. He's gonna get fired if he doesn't.
we
laugh.
have escargot. Snails.
300.
My
Gary,
cargo.
thank you very much.
360, so let's
Snails. For breakfast we eat them.
Raise from Yo. Edmund calls the button. Christina calls the first blind.
Amazing. Super recommendation.
I was supposed to one up. That was
Another
supposed to be a
three ways
one-up.
here.
I
No?
wasn't. Because I asked him for treatment.
Big flop for Edmund.
Just super recommendation. That's high praise.
Yo is the pre-flop raiser. He checks.
It is.
Edmund checks this back and makes the nuts on the
It's a word they
turn.
know in every language.
Wow.
Super.
Super.
Super recommendations, super pros. Everybody knows super.
Superman.
Yeah. Super and then like the picture of the goat, right? That's all languages. Everyone knows both of those things.
Edmund does bet on the turn, and no one has much, unfortunately for him.
Take it.
So I'm on.
Any
Donald Lynn, perfect.
non-Asian food, because Asian food I get all the
Here.
recommendations. Well, I mean, no, I love Asian food. I have all the Asian food recommendations. I don't have
Okay.
the other ones.
Okay. Is that
No,
Greek
I
plate?
asked him for if they should come
When,
on. He said, yeah.
when your contribution to a conversation about French food is that France has great fries,
Really good pizza place. It's,
that's when you know you're a gourmand.
Is it just like, okay, okay.
it's off
Do you
the
like
strip,
pizza?
so if you want, who
Everybody
doesn't
likes
like pizza?
doesn't
It's
like
like that and bacon.
Ice cream's another one. Everybody loves it.
Yeah, just
Half of
not-
us probably can't eat it. It's kind of poison, but it's so
No, I
good.
had to stop.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's called Monty, but I'll write it down.
Okay. I haven't been to Vegas in like, I don't know. There's nothing to do there.
You're gonna play a tournament or something? Or?
This, I mean, I'll play the main for the first time ever. This
Oh,
will be
nice.
my second World Series tournament ever.
Nice.
No way.
I used to, I mean, I technically still hate tournaments, but it's different now because like you don't have to chase anything down. You know?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
you know, show up.
The main's super fun. Yeah. I still probably won't play, but it's really fun.
You will play it. No? You will play, I think.
I don't. Maybe 30%.
70%,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
if I
fine.
do, yeah, it would be like the night before I'd fly. You know,
Yeah.
decide.
Lock.
I've done that a couple times where I'm
Put
not
you first
playing,
up.
and then I just get on a flight that morning.
Oh shit.
One year I did that, and it was the year they turned people away, and I didn't get to play. So I jumped on a flight that morning.
Happened that year?
I don't know, I get there at like 9 a.m., so still plenty of time. Get in line, and I'm in line for like an hour, and then they tell us all it's sold out. And then we all wait there.
The main is sold out?
The main is sold out, yeah.
No more tables.
That happened one year. No, that just happened once ever.
How does that happen?
Bad planning, yeah. It was like when they first went from 4 days to 3, and they didn't have like the logistics figured out to cater to, like, they underplanned how many people would buy into the last day. And so all of us sit there for like half a day, like 6 hours, hoping something like changes, you know? And like Mike Sexton and a few people are like trying to battle for us because like we all flew in. Like I flew in from LA. People flew in from like Europe and shit, you know? Like, yeah. And then, yeah, after 6 hours, they go, no, you can't play.
No.
It was crazy. There was maybe, if I had to guess, like
Wait.
300 to 500 of us. It was crazy. The lines this year, huh? If I fly in that morning where you have to show vaccination, it could take hours, right?
It can take longer.
Hours.
Then you got those ones that, you know, not going to show just for the principal and they get argue with him half an hour.
Yeah.
Sounds terrible.
300.
It's all for that opportunity to go deep, right? I mean, cocaine can never touch like going deep in the main event. That sounds like, yeah, exactly, right? Yeah.
It's a 7-day event, and I'm just like, I'm good. I'm just going to do one day.
You'd be fine. Once you got to day 4, you'd be in it. You know?
No, day
We'll
4,
see.
that's the worst. I buzzed
Garrett opens and somehow has
Yeah.
3 people dominated.
So I played for 5 days.
Yeah.
And I didn't.
Not much of a flop for anybody though.
I was just like, you know, like the first thing I did before I was home was like order the ice cream.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I always snap order my Uber the moment I bust. I just go up to my room and get my shit, and then it's ready for me.
I got like 4 pints, all different flavors.
Yeah. Oh, I'm no stranger to emotional eating.
I got out of bed
get
like the next day.
And King High, the best hand here. Edmund and Garrett would chop this pot if it gets to showdown. And it does.
Which one are you going to play?
Let's play the main, and I like qualify for something from online. So I'll play that one. It's better than me, I'm so mad at myself because there's like this guy running this thing was like, oh, satellite for like a World Series event, and I'm like, what if I win and I actually have to go? But I have too much to do here. No, that's yeah.
Imagine that.
That would be crazy.
Are you going to buy in or play satellite?
For the main, I'll probably.
Come on, this guy's too big to on the satellite. Not gonna sell.
No, I'm selling pieces to people I know and work with.
Yeah.
Like, for fun.
Yeah, of course. Everyone's desperately trying to buy a piece of anyone in the main.
Well,
Everyone wants to sweat, especially a good player.
You must have been confused some other
I see those trophies.
Oh yeah, Roll takes a lot of work to win a tournament. He dealt a lot of winning hands, a lot of skill.
Not as much work as it takes to run hot as fuck in a cash game.
300. Take it. You take the button for yourself? Take it.
Eric Lou says, Charlie, what's your WSOP schedule look like? I was in Las Vegas last weekend to play the Millionaire Maker with no particular plans about when to come home. And I came home after less than 2 days.
Cool, nice.
And I'm not sure I'm going back.
I've always been very interested in that world and like, you know, people who, you know, in your case obviously it's poker, but supplement.
Not the most fun experience for me personally.
Traveling. I do travel.
Garrett, the big winner so far.
That's really fun.
Up about 7,000. L
Been doing it a
down
long
about the
time,
same
or-
amount.
Yeah, 4 years for.
Oh, awesome.
Where does the revenue come from?
I have many sources of
Shout out
revenue.
to JJ in the chat.
The main
What's going
one
on?
that probably made me the most money was crypto. currency.
I don't mean all your revenue, just for your.
Just for the
blog.
influence and
Yeah.
YouTube content
That would be
creation,
quite
yeah.
a question, but.
He's gonna give you his tax statement.
Yeah, he's gonna give you the
I am so honest.
financial.
I'm honest.
When you're a blogger, how do you make money off of that?
Viewers.
I have the views. Advertising, they contact me for advertise their brand.
How are we doing the? I'm doing
Wow.
the podcast last
300
time.
bomb pot.
Like
Alright,
Poker
it's
Pro?
Yep.
Well, we just-
Like,
Yeah, this is
$300 vampires.
this is one of them.
okay.
Yeah, once you reach I guess my understanding is once you reach amount of viewers, you start collecting money.
Bomb
From
pot?
advertisers.
Yeah,
or
but no,
YouTube
from YouTube
itself.
player. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
talking about cents or two. I mean, you're not gonna literally. Once you get, I think it's a million, it's a cutoff.
It depends if Daniel Negreanu or Alex Ferrelli has, products to sell, then you make more money if they're willing to.
Yeah, they have a weird formula.
So bomb pot here, $300.
$600.
L fires at this. I believe he fired at the last bomb pot and bet almost 2/3 pot. This time, less than 1/3. Pocket queens for Garrett. And Israeli Ron with ace king. Just a call. And another king out there for Yo. Weird spot here. Yo gonna see what develops here. Definitely getting a big enough, a good enough price where if he's not already good, he can try to spike a 10.
I watched last week's stream.
Third heart on the turn.
Somebody was supposed to come here and they canceled.
That's like-
I just did the film.
Ron does have the ace of hearts.
I don't think I won on the stream.
Checks around to Yo.
Yeah.
I think I like checking back here. Looks like he's gonna fire though.
Playing on stream for look pretty.
10 seconds. Yeah. 11:25.
He's gonna bet a quarter pot. And I think this clears out some of the hands that are worse than his. It's still have equity. And also potentially gets him a cheap showdown on the river. Ron does call. 7,300 in the pot now. And Ron makes the effective nuts here on the river. 6-4 hearts out there, but that's not a huge factor with the way this hand is played out. And Ron
3,000.
leads at this, which I like, but I think if you're going to do that, you should maybe go a little bit smaller. Try to get a call from the Queen of Hearts and the Jack of Hearts.
Ten seconds.
Yo's thinking about this, though, without even having a heart in his hand.
Dude, it's so good. It's so good. They like have this cheese and they put this white wine on it. They just like ignite it.
My favorite things.
Yeah, they'll show you videos. They have them on YouTube. It's so good. Like I can't even. It's so bad for
Then
you.
this place is worth a try.
Ron's line does not look weak to me. But Yo might have a different opinion. Keeping in mind, of course, that we can see the cards. He calls, wow. Not easy to be ahead in that spot, and I'm not sure if maybe he's thinking that Ron got all the way here with 9-8 or 8-6 or something like that.
It's 7.
But even in that case, if Ron had a heart in his hand, he would be good.
White wine on there, they light it up and then put it out. And then
So, interesting river
I think it was 130.
there.
Probably gets like
Always been.
And I'm a bit surprised to see Yo pay that off.
Bump pot. I'm saying, I'm looking at bump pot. I say ace king. How'd I get there? There's no
Yeah.
No, totally.
I'm not
It's me.
sorry. I'm not sorry.
You play good.
maybe you can.
You want me to break one of those?
Yeah, if I check, you check.
You have the best 10 all the way.
I am next to
Bring your house down.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
I just told you
All of
without,
it? Whatever you want.
without
Mike, you're just earlier.
I should have told.
I can bluff also. It's a bumper. That's the problem. It's hard
Yeah,
to play.
yeah. We have so many cards. I decided to call.
I mean, you could have like 4-5 or something like this. But
Welcome home.
It's the Garrett transportation difference right there.
You like that? Wasn't too bad, huh?
Very,
I was pretty proud of
it's
that.
over.
It was a risky maneuver. That's
Yeah.
a tall ass stat.
200.
No, it's over.
We went for it.
It went over the Himalayas in one fell swoop. No,
What they
there
call
were
the
no
110,
casualties.
the 110 second level is the second level freeway.
Sorry.
And then they pour
200.
My two favorite things are like wine and cheese. I'm never waiting.
4 players.
better looking than me.
Wow.
Here.
100.
Hi. Out there.
1, 5,
Yeah,
2.
two,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
That's
Same as the same.
300.
We have a little bit more private room there.
What do you want me to do?
A lot of people in the chat saying that Yo perhaps isn't aware of the way Ron plays, and I guess I would say even if you are, it's just it's so incredible. Or even if you're not, it's so incredibly hard to be good there. It's a bomb pot, so it's really Ron can have any offsuit combination, which means it's so easy for Ron to have.
You don't mind if you share.
We're just doing straddle every hand, or is this
Yep.
indefinite?
Yep.
Yes, it's an indefinite. 300.
900.
900. That is correct. And Yan, have you ever played with time chips before?
Time trips? No, in tournaments, not, no.
Same relative principle. You have 30 seconds to act while I let you know when you have 10 seconds
Please let
left.
me know in the chat.
If it goes beyond that, I'll ask for one after the hand. It adds a
New
minute to
player
the clock.
is going to be joining us on
And if
Ante.
you're out and you run out of time, then your hand is left.
She's a
You've seen Squid Games,
grinder in
right?
both the No Limit
You lose
and
all 5
Limit
like that.
Hold'em Streets
Hey,
here
no
in LA.
spoilers.
Played a bunch of hours with her.
I finished it, oh, you didn't finish it.
I was intrigued but preoccupied.
There's only 6 episodes out, isn't it?
Who's finished
Nine.
it?
Nine,
Who
but
here's
they're already
finished it?
out,
You
nine?
finished it?
Yeah,
9
Netflix
episodes.
always puts it all out.
Oh, I guess.
It's kind of nice.
Still working on it?
I'm on episode 2.
Okay.
I have a friend we were supposed to watch together, but
Yeah.
he finished it.
Oh, you finished it? Oh, no.
1200.
You don't want to watch that alone. That show-
Really?
I mean, it depends on who you are.
It's disturbing.
My wife won't even watch it. Like,
Yeah.
there's some things she'll only watch with me, and then there's other things like she saw the trailer, she goes, nope, go ahead, that one's all you.
That's up.
Yeah, she'll like get nightmares watching that kind of thing. I mean, the first episode's about as traumatic as it gets, right? I mean, I thought it was awesome.
What an amazing story too.
Right.
The
So
story of
Ron
the
bluffs
guy.
at this on the
He had to
turn
sell
after
his
calling
laptop.
Yo's
I
3-bet pre-flop.
think I read that.
Yeah.
To get some
Oh,
money
nice.
because he was so broke.
Wow.
And Yo is going to win a 5K pot after checking it back
Tried to sell it to
on the flop with ace jack.
The director of the show, or
the
what?
writer.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
The show.
Yo, I need a time chip from the
Yes,
hand before.
You did what?
A time chip from
He
the hand before.
was trying to sell that for a very long time and was broke.
Thank
Yeah.
I think I read he had to sell his laptop.
Now he just destroys for the
so great,
most
he kept
popular
going.
show ever.
Yeah.
Remind me the.
We have 1 minute or 30 seconds. How much?
You have 30 seconds to act, and then once it gets extended, it's a minute.
Same thing with
It's
the
a minute.
ninja.
Then.
Yeah,
The
the
guy that
time
was
chips
trying
are
to
worth a
sell it.
minute
Time,
apiece.
time chip.
Brought a tape from Japan,
Thank you.
and he tried to sell it to Fox in a meeting. They said no, forget it. As he was stepping out, one guy said, "You know what? Let's give it a try."
Which thing, Ninja?
Ninja.
Is that a
Hype
series?
Saban, yeah, he's ready. He brought a tape of it showing them to sell the rights. He bought the rights in Japan, and they didn't want to buy it. And then the last second before he stepped out of the room, the guy called and said, "You know what? We'll give you a chance." One more second, he'll be out of the room and he'll be done.
Limp here from Yo, 7-5 suited.
Power Ranger, not sorry.
Christina
not
isolates.
Power Rangers.
Sorry, my bad.
Did you watch the other one? I'm forgetting it's a newer Israeli show. It's on HBO Max about like 3 different people with autism.
Mike and Christina call.
That was great.
Excuse me,
I'm forgetting
Mike
the
and
name
Yo
of it,
call.
But it was really good.
Ron is there in there as well. King 9-9 on the flop. Flush draw for Yo. Checks around.
Okay, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting.
Christina's gonna win this one.
What do you 100? Oh, you out. Okay.
We are playing some high stakes poker here on a Thursday on Live at the Bike. If you like seeing players like Garrett and Yo
Somebody told me like, oh,
playing with us on a Thursday, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button.
to play with you.
I promise it's not. I've never met a more overrated person in my life, honestly. No matter the metric you're using, like,
Well, my
I'm
friend
overrated.
said cool, so
Yeah.
Well, and
It
you're
must
cool.
be.
You're probably the coolest.
Yeah.
it must be.
Your friend sounds cool though. I might not be.
For sure.
She sounds cool.
300.
Well, I played Live the Bike.
L opens it up here.
My friends never watched. They said they're gonna watch this.
Gets a bunch of calls.
4 players.
No pressure.
No, because yeah.
Oh, because he's on. Okay. Another metric. Viewership. I'm gonna only tell people that I came to play if it goes well.
Mm-hmm. That's smart. I like that.
Checks around on the flop.
400.
It's a lot of pressure otherwise, you know?
Yeah, I don't.
And it's on YouTube, so if you crush, send him the link after and be like, wow, yeah, I don't know, I fucked up this guy named Garrett all day. I don't know. Seemed pretty easy to
That'd
me.
be fun. That'd be a fun story.
Yeah. It's happened
Ron
many,
bluffs
many
on the
times.
turn.
I did just bust Chris Brewer and
Gets a
Mike
couple
Epstein
calls.
tournament.
L's
Oh,
still good
nice.
here.
But I didn't touch
Mike's
the
gonna
tournament.
fire now.
Yeah, yeah.
But
800.
at
Turning
least
his
I
5
touched
into a
them.
bluff.
There you go, yeah.
Well-known
Those are great players, for sure.
Just give him like
3 hearts
I was
out
playing
there.
in this game here like a few months ago. The beginning of the session, he comes in and he's just like, I'm your biggest fan, like, can we have a picture, like whatever, and I just think it's someone playing out there. And then 5 minutes later, he takes his chips, sits down at our table, which is fine, you know, but then proceeds to just own me in every hand all day. It was so
The
funny.
before. You should
Yeah.
have taken an after.
It
where
was
you were,
super
like,
funny.
grumpy.
Yeah, at the end of the session, I'm like, can I have your picture?
there you go. Wow.
That's funny.
It was pretty good.
You think he was run good?
I mean, he played pretty well too.
I
you know,
assume.
both. Yeah.
It was fascinating.
Yeah, he ran pretty well that night. if you met the guy, like, he wasn't like being tricky or something. Like he was very genuine and like.
Not
wanting
an
a
easy
picture
spot for
and
Yo.
everything like that.
Certainly makes a
Usually
lot of
it's just
sense
not
that Mike
people
would have a
also
flush
playing
here.
the game, you know? They'll like at least
Two
wait
pair
till
or
after to
straight
be
is
like,
also
hey,
a
like,
possibility.
I'm a fan, you know, and they'll just try to kill me during the game, you know.
L does make the call, and he's going to win this one. So I think following up on that, and just to put a cap on that hand between Yo and Israeli Ron, Yo's accomplishments in poker are difficult to dispute. As I mentioned earlier, he won a super high roller bowl event in Cyprus a couple months ago and then took third in another one a few days later. So big time tournament presence.
Well, that's the most common metaphor, and that's why it's so fun.
And there's already a highlight video of him appearing on Live the Bike and owning everyone with some min bets that cause them to go crazy. So he's doing a lot of things right in poker, obviously. And you know, maybe that call was just a little bit beyond my pay grade or something. I can only call them as I see them, though. And
where are we at with the?
He's posting.
just not a call I would have made.
That's cool. Yeah. All right. We're good.
No, not yet. An hour? An hour? Okay.
4 total.
Well, I watched it last night.
200.
Thursday, right? Wasn't it, was it Thursday? That young guy?
So Yo isolates Ron here with ace-6 suited.
This is your favorite, that's why.
Ron not able to continue with his favorite hand.
My favorite is 6-7 on Spain.
He was fun to play.
No, but it was not now.
No.
Yeah, my favorite, yeah, exactly. I love it.
Once it's scanned in there, you can move it.
You don't need to leave it. Put it in there for like 2 seconds at most. And it's over.
So for those of you who are unfamiliar with us here at the bike, the yellow chips are $5. Purple is $25. The white and pink chips are $100.
Thank you.
The dark bluish chips are $500. The greenish brownish chips are $1,000, and the lavender chips are $5,000.
Anybody cheering for the Dodgers tonight? Nobody here cares about baseball.
700.
I did just see a game and loved it.
Yeah, Dodger game?
First time in person.
Two pair here for Yo.
Padres and Braves.
Yeah, going.
Top pair for Ron.
So much fun.
Let's
Is that
go.
home, San Diego, or are you just out there
Visiting
visiting it?
And we were in the visitors dugout, like right there.
You'll figure out at the end.
Ron would have made two pair.
So well from there.
That's legit,
It
yeah.
was great.
Yeah, those are great seats.
Understandable
Right above
fold, I
the-
think, though.
And then like the food and drink, it was like really fun outside of the game too, just walking around.
For sure.
Seeing what they had.
Live sports, there's not much like it. It's so fun.
So Dodgers is your
10
team?
seconds.
I don't really care about baseball, but tonight it's Dodgers, Giants. Loser goes home in the playoffs, and they
Yeah, but they need to know
It's
where
for
he is.
the... Okay, I understand.
So it's definitely one of the bigger baseball
3,300.
games in many years.
I win.
Yeah, how do you
Do
know?
you sports bet?
When I
Big
go
bet
to the
for
game,
Yo,
so I have,
targeting
like,
an
a
ace.
But otherwise, no.
But
I used
Mike
to
not
waste a
able
lot
to
of
continue.
time doing
the
it,
ace. I
and
didn't wanna
I just
play my
found
ace.
like I wasted all my time watching these dumb games I otherwise didn't care about. So I've used
I
that.
know,
ball.
really.
It's okay. You live here then?
Yeah, most U.S. markets, red chips are $5, green are $25, and black are $100. But for whatever reason, in Los Angeles, the casinos all operate differently.
You will see why, and you will believe me.
I think we've covered all the intricacies of this.
No, you would have not drank. I would have. Except maybe some river.
If I can work here, you're
Some river I would have.
1100.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Some river, yeah, of course I had those. 3, 1, 1.
Wow. I'm gonna hit him for that one. Oh, I'm gonna hit him for that one.
10 seconds.
Race from L. Light 3-bet from Garrett, and Yo wakes up with it on the button.
2900.
And puts in the 4-bet.
2900.
And get some quick folds. Aces here for Garrett. Three calls. 9-8-5. Not what Garrett wants to see, I don't think, but he is still good. Checks through. And again on the turn. And ace is still the best hand. See if Garrett goes for a value bet here. Or if someone else beats him to it.
There was a lady tonight. Oh, I think it was 5,000.
1000.
3/4 pot from Garrett.
Oh, yeah.
Very small.
Yo does have a 5 here. But lets it go, I think, wisely. Not to say that Garrett's not capable of turning up with some bluffs here, but when he is firing into 4 people, into 3 people, rather 3 opponents, it means something different than when he does something like this, heads up.
They survive always.
Four-handed check.
No, I like the 300 with aces, the 1100 much over.
I like to do all I can to help my opponents catch up.
They're always the opposite.
Yeah, nobody better bluff with them. I did think about it.
Recognize it.
This one is a bit-
Sure you don't.
2900.
I know, I just noticed.
You have that hedge.
Yeah.
He's in trouble. I think
In this case, I was.
no, I'm sorry, you would be in trouble. I'm saying you're losing. But crushing lovely.
Another big hand here for Garrett. And again, 3 calls. Jack 10-6, so straight draws for
500.
L and Garrett. Second pair for Edmund. Garrett bets, both players call. Both the players who have something, that is. Edmund's 10 is still good here.
1300.
How long? That was a while ago.
Before COVID.
Oh, okay.
December before COVID. We all wore red and Santa hats.
Yeah. That sounds like a fun game.
It was really fun.
Checks to Edmund, who bets. L calls. Garrett's got to be tempted here because hitting the queen is just so powerful. But he is out of position against Edmund and lets it go. L bricks here. This could go check, check, unless L wants to. Lead as a bluff. He does. And we saw a hand similar to this earlier. And again, to me, this looks like exactly what it is. Although, in this case, the hearts do come in. So L had one bluff. Or excuse me, one draw that missed, and he represents the one that hit instead. Edmund snaps it off, though, has the 10 of hearts in his hand. And will take down a pretty healthy pot, picking off a bluff from L. Ace is now for Edmund.
400. Three players.
Two callers. And a king for Christina could get her into a little bit of trouble here.
800.
Bet and a call. Two pair now for Christina. Oh boy, she's not super deep.
2,000.
$2,000 bet. And could she just jam here? She doesn't have a ton behind. Or she wouldn't after making this call. And there are some bluffs she could have here.
Raise on.
She does jam, which makes sense to me. And Edmund makes the quick call.
Here's one on that one.
Twice is good.
Alright, they're gonna run it 2 times. Okay, we're good to go.
Running it twice here. And they'll both go to Christina, who gets the full double after making 2 pair with King Jack and cracking pocket aces.
Yeah, this and this.
8650.
It's part of collection, but you can tip extra if you want. Whatever.
Bad Quick Chess says, would she have stacked off with 1 pair? Maybe not, but I think that there are a lot of draws she could have put it all in with. She had something like 10-9 of hearts, Ace-10 of hearts, something like that, that she could have gotten to that point in the hand with and then just decided to ship it in with a ton of equity and hope she got some folds. So shoving with 2 pair
Come on,
her
man. You gotta
perspective
relax.
makes
Like,
sense, as
like
does
you really
Edmund's
are
call with
desperately
aces.
trying to eke out the $1.43 in EV, huh? Just fucking relax.
You have two of them.
No, I think that's the whole point of the bomb pot.
No, you're wrong.
No?
No, that's not the point of the bomb pot. No.
Okay.
What is the point of the bomb pot?
To play a
Actually, I
big
would like
pot.
to know. Okay.
That is the point. Yeah.
What is it?
Jumbo.
Come on. We used to do like every show. It's really what I wanted to do.
Me? Check.
Edmund with trip nines and an ace kicker and a bomb pot here. Pretty sweet spot to be in.
That's it.
Don't know Garrett's hand. Another bet and a call.
Garrett didn't
Come on.
And Garrett just with a queen here.
4,700 or so.
Snap jam from Edmund. Garrett asking for a count.
That's cool. I can see from there. You're fine.
Now Edmund is saying he has at least a 9 here. So the fact that Garrett's kicker is so weak maybe doesn't matter so much. Still, I don't know. Based on what we've seen from Edmund so far, I'm not sure if he's just snap going all in here with Jack 10 or some sort of whiff that Garrett can beat.
Yeah, I did that math.
That's cool. I got it.
There you
I
go.
don't even need to count. You're cool.
10 seconds per turn.
Okay, 54.
It's gonna be 55. It couldn't be 55. It could be 50.
Okay, 54.
There's no 5. There's no 5. It's blank quarter.
Whoever gets it
Oh,
right doesn't have to take questions.
Is there any chance you're bluffing? Fucking whack and win.
When in doubt, ask.
Yeah, like, cause you lost the hand a minute ago, so that's what I'm sort of clinging to. But it's a desperate hope, huh? You're definitely not bluffing here, huh? I can't imagine you are. Seems unlikely, leaning heavily towards not putting any more money in here.
Garrett finally does make the fold. And a nice pot for Edmund. After getting a terrific flop for his ace-9.
145.
So you, I think, right?
Okay.
Ace king here for Yen. And no action. So a raise from Garrett on the button. Yo calls from the second blind with ace-10. Edmund comes along as well, and Yo flops middle pair. He calls Garrett c-bet. Interesting card here. Garrett picks up a flush draw.
500.
And Yo's going to lead at this. It's a small bet. Pretty annoying for Garrett, who knows that Yo has more than enough Queen X in his range that he can't just raise indiscriminately. Garrett calls. This might be an interesting spot for one of Yo's patented min bets. To try to get an aggressive player to go nuts with a range that includes a lot of missed draws. Instead, he bets pretty big, and Garrett is forced to let this go. Raise from Mike.
You're just soul reading me for exactly Queen Jack. Queen Jack good? Thank God. God bless.
600.
I'll take 50.
Small bet from Mike and calls from both players. Still no one with a pair. Still no one with a pair. Yo deciding whether to bluff at this. He does. Big bet. He could certainly have some strong hands here. Mike and Garrett had the best hand, but not much they can do.
I felt love.
as Yo takes down a $5,800 pot. Nice bluff.
Had him beat, dude. Pissed. So mad.
I had him beat out in that part.
What's that? That's the one.
Yeah.
Nice one. You just noticed that. Yeah.
So I didn't make full big thing, right?
I've said.
I thought I was like making for something like guys are like I pull a jack.
I don't like I don't really mention that, but it's really like I have astigmatism, so it's even worse. Yeah, it's really bad.
We could have a blind competition.
If I take these off, I can't see anything.
375.
No,
Not this
I
time.
bluff too much.
Can you not get LASIK?
No, I never really thought about that, but now I just have to wait for a little bit because my eyes are so bad.
Very light raise here for Mike, but he does flop middle pair.
Contact, so that's why.
Double gutter for Christina.
500.
I want it to be optional when I want to see, not.
Smart.
Mike bets, Christina calls on the flop. No help for Christina. And that third spade slows things down. She checks again on the river. And Mike gets to showdown with his pair of tens. Not a terrible bluff spot for Christina on that river, but
Nice one, Mikey.
got a lot of pretty stubborn players at this table.
I can't get it. Mine here too bad.
Israeli Ron, the biggest winner so far. Christina right behind him. And L down now $13,000.
Hello, buddy.
Glasses are like
My name is Charlie Wilmoth. I'll be with you until 9 p.m. Pacific. So a little over 3 more hours. If you want to find me on Twitter, it's at Third Walking, THIRD Walking. You can check out my poker podcast, Third Man Walking. From there, Mike limps and Yo raises it up with pocket queens. Picks up a couple of calls.
Yeah, no,
my flight's tomorrow. I would. Just tear out of here with this.
Oh no, I was just, I didn't.
Interesting flop. Top set for Yo. Open ender for L,
Oh,
who likes to bluff.
so you have to put it in.
So if he picks a spot like this
The first one, the reunion.
to start bluffing, this pot could get quite big.
I didn't think that they would meet the guarantee just because of.
Third pot here from Yo.
Like, they needed like 12,000 people, so I guess they exceeded it.
Just a call from L.
1,000.
And now Mike's going to raise. I didn't see that coming. So Mike does have some back doors. He seems pretty ambitious. And Yo has to be salivating.
Well, yeah.
Mike doesn't have a ton behind.
How much you think you play approximately?
3,000, 3,500.
So I think what Yo might want to think about here is not necessarily how best to get Mike's money, but how best to get L's money. And I think the way to do that is to call. He does call and keeps L in the hand, so L is going to continue as well.
Yeah, a little bit. That's more possible.
Jack on the turn, and now Mike does have a flush draw. He jams. Some straights did come in on this turn, but Yo is still loving this spot, I'm sure. Mike's shove is for about pot. Gets the call from Yo. And now L. No outs to the nuts. He lets it go.
They're going once.
And they'll run it once. Nothing there for Mike. And Yo takes down an $11,500 pot after flopping top set with pocket queens.
Okay. Matt, can we call chips? Matt, can we call chips, please? Chips? Chip runner.
Yeah, it's a
Thank you.
Collecting money. That was a good shot. Good for the viewership. Right? Collecting money. As long as no one money. Like you. Stop.
What?
Stop like you.
I know.
Playing spin?
The day just started.
Huh?
The day just started.
You said 10, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's 10. You're the straddle. Don't throw your cards away. No, you're straddle. Straddle.
Oh.
Are you gonna make it 400? 'Cause I was
He's
gonna
the
call
100. He's the 100. Do what you want.
No, I know.
We're in it.
Yo back in there with pocket threes.
Raise.
Mike doesn't even have chips yet. He's got ace queen
Place
suited.
10.
And puts in the 3-bet. Yo calls in position. Quick check from Mike, which I'm surprised by given how much c-betting we've seen at this table. And Yo checks back.
1,000.
I have best end.
Mike bets the turn, representing something like queens or jacks. And Yo forced to fold the best hand there.
Huh?
If I see the flop, I have 6, 7.
It's a good shot for you.
They're not recording. They won't see you.
Hi, how are you?
Have you done a travel vlog on Vegas yet?
She's right behind you.
Yeah,
for kids, huh?
we are doing 2 episodes a week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with
Oh, this
Theo.
is part of it.
Yeah.
I have
This
some
will be
ideas
next week. This will be next week, this episode.
of Vegas.
No,
Oh, this
yeah, Vegas
Suited
is,
Broadway
I've
for
been
Ron.
in Vegas since 2.5 weeks already, so we have like already, I think, 3 or 4 episodes.
Okay. It'll be fun to see this one.
Yeah, this one will be fun. 900.
900.
Depends on if he beats us.
Yo goes for the
I always
3-bet.
will be on. It doesn't matter. It's fun.
Pretty light 3-bet. He is going to be dominated, but he will have position.
It's fun to watch this video.
Especially that hand. That one hand will be so fun.
Okay, we will put that bluff that you did.
Queen for Ron. Gutter for Yo.
Yeah, but the one
Also has the king of spades in his hand.
Not only the one I beat.
Hi.
Small bet from Yo gets a quick call from Ron. Brick on the turn.
1,000.
And now Ron leads at this, which I'm not sure I totally get. Yo can certainly have any strong hand here, pretty much. Certainly aces, queens, and ace-queen. And it's unlikely that Ron would have aces. Pretty unlikely he'd have queens, so not an ideal leading spot, but it works out pretty well against the exact hand Yo has.
2,000.
And Ron's going to keep betting here, sort of merging with his second pair.
I'm an unbeliever.
And Yo calls? Wow. We've seen some very light calls here from Yo.
I call you with king eye. I have king eye.
Don't believe in please ever again.
I have king jack.
And he had the king of spades in his hand too.
Maximum value.
2 spades out there. And I guess he's thinking that Ron has some sort of busted straight draw or
King of four. Now I call him with king eye.
spades, but
Yeah.
Yo blocks both of those possibilities. Another pretty surprising call from Yo.
King jack.
Please.
Another spot where even if you suspect your opponent is bluffing, you just have infinite better hands to call with. It's just so easy for Yo to have an ace himself in that situation.
Maybe.
No.
Nah, you don't want to. You gotta crack
I mean,
your-
I had your beat, but
No,
you never know. You never
you
know
have
what
to beat.
happens.
That's pretty bad.
I was like, oh, never drawing dead pre-flop.
I do that from time to time.
No,
Not having to be there in a race.
Yeah, no, no
terrible,
position.
isn't it?
No, I mean, there may be another guy,
Thank
maybe
you.
another 300 makes me more attractive.
Matt, I can always do that.
Do you mind if we stash that while you're not?
Not at all, no. No, I'll do that. And
Appreciate that.
I feel like not good about my life. and things that my craft. So please let me take care of it myself.
You got it, man.
300. 300, Garrett?
All right, let me think about what I want to do here. Better fold.
That was a long thing.
My best impression, sorry, of a tournament player.
There you go.
That would be
Somebody
great.
raises,
Oh, man.
think for 30 seconds.
That would be great. if we had each
So L's the
hand
pre-flop
swap
raiser,
off it.
flops top pair here.
Yeah,
That would be like a good.
You wouldn't do that to me, I'm like,
5.
No, I mean like you knew you had aces, but you
yeah,
still walked
I know
away.
you meant, yeah. Just got a feeling.
It's funny, I've been playing tournaments,
Uh-huh.
and when I sat down, I was like, these guys are playing so fast.
Yeah.
What did they take today? But it's
Oh, I never
just
saw
because
it.
tournament
Did they
players
start
are
putting
so
clocks
slow.
on the tournament?
Not the ones I've been playing.
I wonder if the WSOP does it.
There's some debate about doing it on the lower finance. And it
I
might
would very
make it
put it on
more
the
fun.
final table, because those things are ages.
Yeah,
7.
haven't been on any of those.
Jack.
L is going to take this one.
This concept is called like tragedy of the commons, and so like it applies to tournaments where like some people play slow, and it's free
Yeah.
to play slow, so then everybody just does it, you know. Whereas like if you're in like an invited cash game, like people get it, you know.
Yeah.
This is bad for 30 reasons to
Right.
take forever. Shot clock doesn't hurt either, just in case somebody
Just a little.
doesn't get it, you know. Yeah.
I wonder, the company that, nah, I can't answer that. The company that supplied the time clock, did they charge it per game?
I don't know. I
400.
don't know the revenue model.
350?
350.
I wonder, there's a reason I'm saying it, because of, after that, I don't want to pay this one.
350?
Yeah.
Ron, 350?
Oh, no, no. That's why I said no.
So Christina raises, Ron calls, and Yo puts in the 3-bet. So now a somewhat awkward spot for Christina.
Speaking of, shot clock.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
Hard to find a 4-bet sizing here that isn't all in. Oh wow, she folds. I'm quite surprised by that.
It's not good, huh?
Calling definitely an option there for her, I think. But she does let it go after seeing a huge 3-bet from the blinds after raising it up from early position.
Well, it's not good. Maybe two of them. Two of them. I have skins. That's what you have. You didn't have two of them.
Was an awkward spot for her, and I think that 4-betting is pretty clunky because then you're putting a pretty huge chunk of your stack in, or just moving your entire stack in. But I think calling from her perspective would have been totally reasonable.
I shared a king with you.
I had a big king.
I had the biggest.
I had the second. No, I did. If you had the big, I just did. But it's good that we mark because it's totally holding.
What a fascinating conversation.
Biggest second.
Brilliant lines talking about it.
Trying to create a conversation.
No, it's better, you're right. Better than dead.
Start talking, Garrett.
Yeah.
That'll you
No,
improve it.
I'll say something stupid.
Good for the chat. We have now
She's
something
right
to talk
behind you for
about.
your chips.
Never seen it. They said they don't understand why they invite me, Elder, and how many invite the game. I said, well, why do you put us three in the same? I'm the only one invited to this game. What is it got to do with this game? I really don't deserve a comment. Everybody's supposed to have a right, so, I want to make it how they say it. And that's it, they always say. Elder, my friend. He said, if I have a better hand than you,
Great.
I'll give my 50.
1,000.
I said, you don't have a better hand than me. He said, no. And he showed me.
Nice.
I have 10 faults to the mark.
To a single 3-bet
I cannot beat you.
seems quite tight.
Friendship pays, huh?
No, yeah, number one, number two. Yeah, I mean,
No, it's
but
just
I'm
lucky.
saying is, it's happened like twice in the whole 5-hour show. You know, like we say, there's other people we say, and most of the time there's more than that. And it's not that we go to the partner, we jump in line, you know, everybody does his own.
Three.
You all have to take
Yeah, me.
Oh yeah, you're right. Can I get 50?
150?
No, just 50. Take it.
It's
It's a bump pot.
3?
next to me.
There are lots of French-speaking folks in the YouTube chat right now. One of them is named Jean-Jacques Rousseau, which seems like a very French thing to have your screen name be that of a philosopher. I'm trying to think of what even the comparable American thing would be if there was an American whose screen name was John Rawls or something like that.
Five.
Ball pot here. Bet for Mike. Christina has a king. And calls.
Yeah.
He's getting the card, please. I'll run it on you for the collection. It's 145.
And Christina wins this one.
I thought we were doing the numbers.
Yeah.
He's fucking with me, right?
Pierre in the chat says it's an author, dude. Yeah, I know who Rousseau is.
He's fucking with me. I know.
No, he wasn't. He's watching out for me.
That's how I was able to make the John Rawls joke.
How does that work? If I see them. So it's king, queen, 2. Without a card.
Oh, I didn't see the numbers.
Yeah,
I didn't see the numbers.
Queen is queen. Queen is queen.
I take the bomb pot.
Yes, straddle.
Oh, you did. Think about it. This player down here. Where's my money?
Yeah, with magic bullet.
Why? Yes, you did.
Okay.
Pierre, no sweat. So a raise here from Ron. L wakes up with queens.
15, 16.
Yeah, for the game.
Oh, man.
Why, you're trying to sit down? Yeah.
Garrett's got something. He's got aces and just calls. Wow. And I think the idea with this call is he wants to keep Ron in the hand. Ron has the deeper stack. And L can certainly be 3-betting light. So he doesn't mind taking a flop with both of them. Jack 9-3.
I can charge it.
Already almost $5,000 in this pot. L has to be feeling pretty good about this situation. $2,000 is the bet. Call from Garrett. Full from Ron. And now L with less than pot behind.
Can you step away with the phone on the table?
Ah, sorry.
Thank you.
It's a battle between two aggressive players.
Call.
L shoves. Hard to blame him. And he was already behind, but certainly behind now that Garrett makes a set of aces on the river. So a cooler for L. And Garrett wins a pot of over $24,000.
Yeah, I should have played this. I should have played. I had 8. I didn't play. I'm wasted.
Yeah.
Such a waste. I like wasting.
That's the spot. Yeah. Thank you.
So we share it. Okay. And then don't believe me.
I think 15.
Got it. Thank you.
Just hold 12, 16. I like that.
400.
400.
Big change.
I can get change from
Yeah,
him as well.
she's giving me. Shut the
So a limp from Edmund, a raise from L.
Get the 4, please.
Mike and Ron call,
Yo, four.
and that should bring Edmund along as well. King 10-3 on the flop.
Good try. Okay. I always try. I always try.
It's worth a try.
Of course. You silly not to try.
Checks around. We should see a bet now from L.
Eight.
About half pot. Mike and Ron both call. And a brick on the river. See if L can squeeze out a little bit more value here. It might look to his opponents like he's tilting. He's had a pretty rough day so far. L bets 1,800. Mike might think this looks like a bluff, but he does decide to let it go. Not much Ron can do either. And L's going to get some of his money back. The French cooking guy, thank you very much for the donation.
Cheers, Straddle.
Yeah.
Three.
Raise from Edmund. In suit. Brings Garrett and Yo as well. A set for Garrett. Not much for any of his opponents.
Shut up.
Edmund. Puts
3,000.
and gets raised by Garrett. And not much Edmund can do here, I don't think. Garrett's hoping that Edmund has a hand like ace-king here, but he does not. And Edmund eventually does let it go. Corbin Dallas, thank you very much. Sam Kaka says here for G-Man.
9.
Jimmy Sung, what's going on?
Sorry, 8.
Marcus says waiting for Garrett versus Yo. I think people are pretty keen to see some more confrontations between these two players. One a top American player, the other a very famous figure in French poker.
5.
So I think the graphics might be off here. I've played a lot of poker with Yen and have never ever, I can't remember ever seeing her open limp. Regardless, we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. So Garrett bets 700 here. It's a call from Mike, who has some backdoors. Mike picks up a gutter to a 5, but that's all he's got going at this point. It's more than Garrett's got, though. 2,000. And a call here. Wow, and this could get so weird if Mike just wins this $7,500 pot with ace high. Now he has a pair of 4s. And if I'm in Garrett's shoes, I'm just thinking shoving here gets folds so infrequently. And Garrett does give it up and is going to be frustrated to see that Mike was calling him down with very, very little. Garrett probably wondering if he should have fired on that river, but I really don't think that's the right play in general. Race here from Mike. Yo calls on the button, 10-9 off. Trying to get in there. Queen 6-6, pretty good board for Mike. Bet small. Yo is going to float here. He does turn the best hand. I think now I like checking or betting small. Mike beats Yo into the pot now that Yo is taking the lead here. And now I personally check this spot, but let's see what a sicko like Yo is going to do. Three clubs out there. Seems hard to me to get called by worse. Also seems pretty hard to get folds from better. But Mike has the one type of hand where it might be possible for Yo to get paid off. It really makes no sense, or not much sense, for Yo to just have a 10 here, but he certainly could have a flush or a queen. Or a 6, really. And Mike does pay it off. So a pretty sick pot for Yo. It's pretty out of line pre-flop and on the flop.
5-1 back to please.
Makes a pair on the turn and then gets the max with it. Betting on the river in a spot that seems very thin.
Take it.
Interesting hand for Yo. Raise from Garrett. Again, 3 bets from the small blind. Does not have a huge stack if that graphic is correct. And Garrett lets go with the suited ace. Chat now debating whether Yo's river bet was a bluff or value, and I think it was pretty clearly value. But the absolute thinnest of value.
No, thank you.
Yo now raising 10-5 suited from the hijack.
I can get lucky, but you're good.
Christina 3 bets and takes it down.
Maybe it comes 5-5-5.
Yeah. This game, everything happens. It's all about the flop. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you big blind?
I would pay 700. 800.
Garrett, put your big blind?
Yeah, I'm in. Yep.
L raises, Ron calls. L checks here. Gets a bluff out of Ron. L calls and makes a straight on the turn. Now L can bet, I think, and hope to get called by An 8 or a queen.
Like, yeah, but only once or twice a week I play.
Because I need more time.
5-hour work week.
Sorry. I shouldn't say it again.
When I was younger, I
Remember
used
that book?
yeah, 4 hours. Yeah.
4?
Tim Ferriss, yeah, it's a sick one.
Bets pot and takes it down.
Close enough though, right? When I was younger, I used to play a lot. Now I just playing fun games like this. Much better.
And you?
Same with you, right?
When I was younger, I used to play a lot more too.
Also.
Yeah.
Like 3 years younger.
All right, buddy, take it.
For me, it was like 15 years younger. 35 now.
I mean, I
So
figured
Garrett now
out,
the big winner.
just
Christina also up over 9K.
couldn't be 1-3, so I went
Mike
like
down
1-3 for
over
16,
10K and L
1-3.
stuck almost 22K
See, I made it straight from the 5-5 to the
after running
200, 200.
queens
You just
into
went for
Garrett's
it.
aces.
I was
They tried to
very
warn me when I
methodical.
came to the game the other week. Don't come in. I said, I'm coming.
Nice, I like it.
All right. Oh, you were there.
When did you start?
5 years ago.
Make sure to click like
And
or
I
subscribe.
played, like, 40-hour sessions at 1-2.
Yeah, of
Trying to
course.
figure
Helps
it
us out.
Of course.
Here
That's what
on
I used to
YouTube
do
or on
for that.
Twitch.
I would play
At
forever.
low stakes.
And be sure to mark your
But-
calendar. The next 2 Fridays,
I mean,
we're going to
you
have
to at some point,
100,
right?
200, 200.
Despite whatever
Tomorrow, the
reviews on
game will
internet
feature
or
Garrett
whatever,
along with
my
Eric
bankroll
Hicks
started
and
with
Bill Klein.
$0 that I made from serving and making tips. And
300.
I used to not get hotels. So that
1400.
could play more, have more money for buying. Right?
Ah.
We've all been there.
like, and especially like Friday and Saturday nights.
Right away.
Garrett 3 bets and takes it down.
Yeah, if you're gonna play for 24 hours straight anyway.
Just like plan it for the weekend.
I think you, myself, probably many people at this table, and certainly many viewers can all relate to developing like an obsession with poker. Like there's
Yeah.
so many beautiful things about it.
Yeah.
The best game.
In Hebrew, it's called Srita.
What's the word?
Srita.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. that word, yeah.
Which means a scratch. We all have a scratch.
Yeah, yeah.
In some ways, I'm like relieved not to love it so much anymore.
Yeah, same. Oh,
And start
300.
Yeah,
enjoying
yeah.
my life. again.
yeah, yeah. Exact same for me too. Yeah, I used to have a very unhealthy relationship with games when I was younger, and finally in the last few years, I figured out a way to still play some in a way that like adds to my life
That's great.
instead of like the
Yeah.
other way. I don't think many poker players can say that, you know, which is unfortunate because the game is so great, but it's very hard to incorporate it in a healthy way.
Especially tournament poker.
Yeah, that
That's
sounds
just-
crazy. Yeah, maybe that's why I've been able to do it because I
Yeah.
stay so far away
Yeah.
from tournaments, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't travel for poker. Like none of these things that I think would make it a lot harder.
PS3 shakes, thank you very much.
It helps.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, yeah. I got someone to listen to me whine all the time. Definitely helps.
Wait till you have kids.
Yeah.
You're gonna listen to them whine.
Then all that attention goes to the kids, is that what you're saying? Or, yeah.
You're gonna want to spend more time with them than
Oh,
here, believe me.
fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. I have no sort of plans of how long I'll be playing once I have a kid, you know. It wouldn't surprise me if I'm just over it.
No, but after a while you will go play. 'Cause it's also with all the respect to kids at the end that you want your space. so
Yeah,
you're fine.
yeah, and it's like I'm just gonna quit. Like
No,
I
no.
love the game way too much. Just quit cold turkey. That's why, like, yeah. But you know, some people like quit. You know, famous
Yeah, yeah,
players
yeah.
they quit.
After
What is
videos,
that
after
shit?
videos, after
Like,
videos.
yeah.
I've done it. I've done it many times.
No,
I'll
but,
be
like,
on-
okay.
I know what you're saying.
What I'm saying is like let's
Public
think.
announcement.
Yeah, like Fedor Holtz quit. There's a bunch of other famous guys who quit, right? It's like
No, he's-
you're not
You
quitting.
should ask my friends. I quit every other week.
Okay, I've quit 1,000 times too. What I'm saying is none of us have made some public announcement. Like,
No, I did one
we're
time
quitting.
on
We're
Instagram.
A, you're lying,
People
and
do
B,
that
nobody
shit.
gives a fuck.
Nobody
You
does.
know, like,
I
yeah.
did it on Instagram one time.
Yeah.
I did it on Instagram. I put
Nice.
a black page and I said that's
Yeah.
it.
Then you
Lasted-
learn, right? You learn you can't do that shit. Huh? Yeah, because you're always
Lasted-
gonna
I
take
don't
it
think it
back.
lasted 2
Yeah.
weeks.
Yeah.
It's
My
too,
my
it's
friend
too nice
Bob
of a
was
game
just
to
like,
quit.
Yeah,
It's
for sure.
impossible.
I just told a friend like that I was on the way down here, and he said, "I thought you stopped playing."
Yeah. That was last week. Yeah.
Literally last.
Then I had a winning session, so we good.
We're going to LA?
Yeah, we're going to the big game.
That's 4?
400.
Race from L. Ron calls. Yen calls as well. And a boat for Ron. I was going to say trips, but it's not just trips, it's a boat.
500.
Has the hand locked up on the flop. That's pretty rare. Against two opponents. L bets, Ron calls. And L might now feel he has additional equity, but he does not.
1600.
Gut shot would be no good at all for him.
16.
You guys want water?
Thanks, Mike.
No, thank you, buddy. I have.
Got one. Thank you very much. What do you think the last time we played together was?
I mean, I normally play limits, so
Yeah.
kind of.
We played a couple times like 8 years ago. Or something.
Yeah, like a long time.
It could be 5, it could be 10, but
L
Probably
make this
under
straight.
10.
Under
I'm
10, yeah.
Positive under 10.
And Ron has
Right.
slow played this.
5 years.
5.
Yeah.
I would occasionally like get bored in the middle of the game and I would just go give it away at limit. I don't know which we would play. I
Disgusting.
think we both played the
Another
other
card
one
for
a little.
L.
Yeah, I like. I would
plays
play
so
under
aggressively.
55.
waiting for my
Yeah, yeah.
Ron should definitely be shoving here. He does, and this is going to put L in a disgusting spot.
There's 8. There's a 5.
13.
Another 8 or so.
L's hand is so strong, but has to think about what he can beat. Would Ron really shove rather than just calling if he had only a king here?
10 seconds.
Maybe he would.
This is for Raja. What do I have for Raja? Reza.
Reza.
What an awful river card for L.
You just
What do you want? I thought it was common like.
No, he gave me a 10 chip.
It also doesn't make a ton of sense that Ron would have many full houses to the king. He could have something like pocket 4s. That's probably the hand that makes the most sense. But Ron's not really supposed to have king 5 or king 6 or king 4 here when he calls an open from the cutoff. So from L's perspective, it probably feels like something like pocket 4s, maybe pocket 6s, or Ron is overplaying a king. And I think in his shoes, I guess it depends on how much he knows about Ron's game. It seems very unlikely to me that Ron would be bluffing in this situation. But L's hand is also strong enough that maybe there is value that he can beat. Very tough spot. It seems right on the line. And L folds. Wow, and he was stuck
Reza, what is it?
something like $22,000 heading into that hand, and he manages to find the fold anyway, and he's right. That is a really disciplined fold from L.
But you don't know. You didn't know
Who's
who
having
Reza is. You know who Reza is? You don't
a
know.
really unfortunate session so far today, but doesn't make it worse for himself
Go with
It's
it.
okay. It's a private joke.
He tried to
paying
tell
off
you his hand in the middle
against
of
that
the
shove.
Oh, really?
What? Luckily, well, you
Nice
must anyway,
fold.
but that was my bad. That's really bad.
Alright.
That was my bad. Really, really bad. I'm gonna hear about it. I know. I'm gonna leave. Don't count. I'll give it away. That's me.
300 gentlemen, bump up.
Yeah.
The same thing happened. Remember the first game over there when they put it in the timekeeper and I thought it was a card.
Gotta be
I
careful.
thought you were like,
You gotta be careful, man.
I saw it just on my corner of my eye. I saw something flying and I thought it was the cards. Drop.
Two consecutive people in the chat over on Twitch saying easy call, and then the next one saying easy fold. I do not think it is either. Very
No.
tough spot.
You wanna let it hold it down.
L manages to figure it out.
3,000.
I only show one time a night.
I think that's one of the more interesting and perceptive folds I've seen on Live at the Pike in quite a while.
Come on, man. You're the most famous guy.
Boat
in
here
poker.
for Yo.
You're trying to give away your hand with the most famous guy in poker.
Actually, he
The
did
bomb
not
pot.
put- Well, I mean, he must anyway.
It's
I
like
don't
saying
think
I told them.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
1 or 2 times?
One time.
Yen's all in here. Rough spot for her.
Ooh, that's
And somehow they're going to chop it up. She was drawing dead to an ace. That's going to be a chop. Wow.
I didn't even see
So
an
Yen
ace.
gets
They have
rescued
ace.
by the river.
I had ace also. I can't call. I know
Good
that.
game, no limit, huh?
I mean,
You had a lot of odds. 1 hour 20.
No, we had ace.
Oh, those
so
are the
one
best
hour-
ones in this
one hour-
game. Drawing nearly dead to the chop. Oh, I've done it so many times. It's such a great feeling.
1 hour.
1 hour. Okay, I accept it.
I would take trouble a lot of times.
If it's a 200k pot, I would be a bit mad.
That's when I get pissed. Like if I get really lucky against someone and they're just chilling like that, I'm like, why do I waste this good luck on this classy guy? I want to like waste it on a scumbag who's gonna lose his mind and shit. You know? Yeah.
I'm chill.
I think in L's shoes, I actually just call. Because I would worry that Ron has something like King Queen or King Jack. And he's
Yeah,
overplaying.
yeah. Sorry, he's good.
I-
Yeah.
Perfect.
When I saw the ace, I thought I lost.
So I think it's
I'm
close,
like,
but I don't think I
okay,
find
with
that
the shot,
fold,
I
to
take
be
the shot.
honest.
You can't win. That's for sure.
I'm like, okay, I take the shot. I didn't lose.
That's why we probably both thought the same thing.
Maybe if
I think there's virtually zero chance that Ron is bluffing there, but we have a hand that
because we know
can beat
this
some
one
value
went out, they have
potentially.
two. And then basically we were just looking for the 1 out. Now we know.
Ron, come on, man. We talked about the fucking coaching. We got a lot of
No, it
recreational
says
players.
all the sevens were
Just
burned.
relax.
7 gave a split as well. Am I wrong? No, you're right. You're right. So Yen was drawing to a 7 or an ace on that river, but that's all.
250.
Gary calls 6-8. It's lost. You get 5-7, get 10-9. What do I need to know in poker and coaching about that?
True. Who said that, Nick?
No, I said to
You
my
said
friend.
that.
my
Oh, you
friend.
said that.
I said, why do you need coaching?
Yeah.
You call with 6-8 and you flop this off and then you get the straight on the 10. Right.
Yo makes a straight on the river here.
Just got to read some books about power positive thinking or some shit.
Bronson, is it? Who's Bronson's book everybody's reading in the beginning? What's his name? Todd Bronson.
750.
I read Super System.
Me too.
Like, it's still good. There's things in there that,
Good book.
Yo does get
my favorite is he's like, I like
value
to
bet
drop
paid
a
off
line
there.
when I first sit down. It establishes my image, and then I mean, every time I dropped buy-in and like ran away, I'm like, just like Brunson.
He's way ahead of his time. The basis of like every good player was like the shit he was doing like 30 years ago.
Joy.
And
Wes Moran says, Charlie, you going to play the monster stack this week? No, I have no plans to go back to Vegas. I did
Did you
fire
say that
one
in the
bullet
book?
in the Millionaire
Oh, that's
Maker last
nuts.
weekend.
I don't remember that.
You wouldn't say that
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah.
I'm not sure if it was distasteful, but something along those
Something
lines.
like that.
He just didn't like it,
So many things haven't aged well in the last decade or two.
right? Like Gruden's emails.
Yeah, Gruden for sure. Just in general, like so many sort of homophobic slurs that were once super common, like in all media, all that stuff. Yeah, but definitely like whatever happened with Gruden, like it's obvious like he's not the only guy.
I mean,
he just got caught,
He
you know?
took his time out to send emails like that.
Yeah, yeah.
300.
So Christina's the pre-flop raiser. We'll go 3 ways. Some suited connectors, and Christina flops a straight flush draw, but on a paired board. She fires, and her opponents quickly fold.
Do the straddle one.
After the cross.
Okay.
A 1 bullet in the Millionaire Maker is 1,500.
300.
So L raises. Ron calls, and these two are going to battle again.
1,000. That's what I thought I heard too.
L just keeps firing. A lot of heart here. No pair, no draw. And again, Ron just has a strong hand. And L finally does shut it down. Ron's going to win a $3,300 pot.
I make minimum whenever I'm pushing. I'm like fucking idiot. Coach.
You want
Not even value play on. What is it? Value play?
You wanted to bet the river?
Value? No?
You can try. Yeah, I mean, it's a good. Yeah, it's pretty wrong.
No, not coaching.
I'm
No,
adding
no, not coaching. Not coaching.
I'm adding 5. L is adding 5,000. Straddle, and I need the Ante there.
Oh. Senior citizen discount? No?
If I could give it to anyone, it would be you.
Thank you.
Thank you for not including me.
Yeah, I don't think it's a
I
compliment.
thought I was being nice. I'm sorry. 300.
You are being nice to me.
Yeah. A lot of people don't put me in my needs.
Raise from L, couple calls.
You sure I'm being nice to you, Jared, or you think I just don't care about you that much?
Maybe that's what it
And
is.
Mike flops top pair.
500.
Pass.
What's the word in French? It's close to that, huh?
Yeah. Well,
How do you say pass in
Pass. Yeah, we say pass.
Is it
Now
just pass?
trips
Is
from
that-
Mike.
Pass.
Pass.
And L probably feels like that's a pretty good card for him.
Strasbourg.
1,200.
You know where it is? next to Germany, Strasbourg.
Oh, Strasbourg?
Yeah.
You speak German then?
It was my first language in school. I do.
Quick call from Mike, which I like. I don't think I would raise this spot just because of L's propensity to barrel and barrel and barrel.
And when in 1981, when it was the final European basketball,
Okay. You like it?
Commentator was the our team from Israel was in the
King on the river.
They won the championship.
Oh, nice.
We liked it, but we didn't like that they broke into our car. Oh yeah, so I like it.
3,000.
L
But otherwise,
just keeps going. 3 barrels.
Way to bring it up, man.
And I think
What your friend?
Mike's
The
hand,
worst day of my life.
because his kicker is an ace, is good enough to at least consider shoving.
Everything.
I
I hate that country.
You just steal bread. If you have bread in
I
your
would
car,
certainly just shove.
It's over.
He does.
Bread and cheese.
bread and cheese with
wine.
steam and wine. Give me the bottle. Now.
Every country, everywhere.
It's been a very hard day for L. His riverbed is a little bit, L's riverbed is a little bit confusing to me. I don't know if it ever gets value from worse. It certainly never gets better to fold. And now he's trying to find a hand he can beat. Which is pretty hard to do. It take a lot of heart for Mike to do this with 5-4 or ace-5 or something. L, remember, made a great fold with the straight just moments ago. Now thinking about calling with third pair, and he does let it go.
Listen.
So a $14,000 pot for Mike.
Used all my time chip already. You have all the time chips. Solar time chips?
If you want to play on Live at the Bike, email wayne@liveatthebike.com. Let him know about your poker background and what stakes you might be interested in playing.
Time chips usually?
Always.
They don't do that at the house now.
In the game I play in, for sure.
No, the big game, the big game.
I like it.
Keeps it moving.
Especially people like me, because I always take like 8.
I like the fact that it's 1 minute and not 30 seconds. Because in the tournament we have 30 seconds and I think it's too short. 1 minute is nice. I think it's a fair time.
I feel like 30 seconds is cutting. You have to think if you're going to use your time chip, part of your time. How to
Exactly.
making that decision.
No, the card is
Yeah, in tournament when we use the time chip of 30 seconds, we think about using it and we already lost like 10 seconds.
Yeah, right.
Then we have 20 seconds and then we use another one.
You think about the first one you
Yeah,
lost.
exactly. And you think about the first one you lost and you're like, how many have we lose? And then you have no time. This
5 seconds left.
and at the end of the tournament you don't have chips anymore and you are like calling anything and you just smirk. This is horrible. 1 minute is fair. If you listen me, organizer of tournament, please put 1 minute time chip instead of 30 seconds and stop putting 30 seconds. Thank you. Thank you for that.
That's
Yo was looking directly at the camera for that. He pulled a Jim Halpert on us.
Yeah, I will do a vlog about it. I will do a video about it.
You could make it funny, like with thought bubbles.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I think about my first time chip and okay, let's do that.
I don't even know what it means.
It's a good idea. Thanks for that.
You're good.
Oh, you did?
I will do
How
that
many
video.
people are on your
Not,
team?
not as a player, as
Content? Just
in
you
total,
two?
no, I have 20 people. Like
20?
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, YouTube, I do Twitch, I do social medias.
Nice.
everything.
So how did you get started? How did you build to there?
I just so I just started with a TV show. Like it's a Big Brother in France, but they play poker in this Big Brother. So it's nice. And then I started streaming, but I had only maybe 80 viewers at the beginning, and then it started from there, and I grew up, and after doing, people come and stay, and new people come, and then
It's a hard job.
it's
huh?
a grind.
A lot of work.
It's
yes.
a grind, yeah.
Cricket 100, huh? 875,
Did
nice.
you have
Nice.
a time where you just had a few
Mine
people
was
and you
like
felt like
actually
giving up?
375. But I made it
No,
400.
because I'm really bad. I was a speaker in radio.
No. I
10,
said it was, the hand was
14
370.
years
Well,
ago.
I made it
Oh,
400.
I was a speaker in radio in Paris, so I like to speak to people. I like to entertain. So I was not bored even if when I had 70 people or 30 people watching.
Okay.
I was enjoying. I had the chat. I was reading the comment. I was answering.
Now you can.
So I was feeling good. I also did theater when I was young, so I like the show in general. You know.
All right, I'm gonna ask you a harder question.
Tell me.
You'll probably be just fine answering in English, but even like using social media, etc., to a much smaller extent than you, I find that sometimes doing it a lot affects my mental health, and like you're not interacting with real people in real situations. It's just like a bunch of strangers on the internet.
Yeah.
How
need
do you
to see
feel-
it as a video game? Yeah.
How do you feel about that? Do you think it's like good for your life, or just you can answer that really however you want. But,
Yeah, it's a fuel that I use even if negativity I manage to use it as a fuel.
Right.
But for many people they would hate it
It affects
because
them.
many people around me if I show them on the stream for example and they would get random comments like I get insults and
Just
everything.
talking shit,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's normal on the internet.
We call them haters.
The haters, yeah. Then they will be affected a lot, and I
Right.
see it in their eyes, and I feel sad because yeah. And me, it doesn't affect me. I use it as a fuel.
Right.
So
And do you
it's okay.
think the same is true of positive comments? Like it doesn't affect you very much?
No, in a good way.
It does
put
affect you,
yeah,
yeah.
in a good way. Yeah.
I never was really able to do that. Like the only way I was able to distance myself from the chatter on the internet
Yeah.
is convince myself I don't care what anyone says on the internet, good or bad.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. You're able to take the positive
I
and
think-
like appreciate it, but like avoid the negative. Hard to do.
Okay. Yeah, and you have a lot of. I think you have a lot of people who really likes you because every time I remember in 2019 when I came here, they told me you will play against Garrett, you will play against Garrett, it will be amazing, and you were not in town. But and now again that I say that I come here, everybody was speaking about you.
Yeah,
So I think you have a lot of people are appreciating what you do, and
Yeah.
Most people do.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you for saying that. Yeah.
yeah.
I try not to notice, like I said, because anything negative, I'm like
Yeah,
too
don't
sensitive.
take any-
Yeah, so I try to just avoid it. But
Yeah.
yeah. It's
You
not
do-
like I never see anything written about me on the internet.
No, of course,
I
because
just-
you have
yeah.
Twitter, so you will get mentioned, and you have no choice than to see.
To see, exactly.
But you try to be like poker face, kind of, even in life, yeah.
Yeah. Certainly, I don't read like YouTube comments and
No.
things like that.
It's too long.
Yeah.
Especially your videos, they are like I think ton of.
Yeah, hundreds per
Yeah,
video.
yeah,
right?
yeah. It's insane.
People love poker. That's what I see. I'll see a game I'm on, and it'll get 250,000 views and 1,000 comments, and that's I won't look at it, but I'll think people love poker. You know,
They
like-
love it.
Poker is not dead. Poker is
There
not
is
dead.
this-
Poker is not dead.
Oh no,
Oh,
it's
no.
far. It's
Yeah.
opposite. It's growing every
For
year.
sure, yeah.
But
the product is always poker,
yeah.
not a person or whatever.
This guy, Brad Owen, who is a YouTuber, maybe you know.
I don't know him, but I know of him.
Yeah.
Right away.
He do videos in one day. He makes 400k view in one day or 500k in poker, and
Yeah.
it's only poker hands.
I know, I've seen this video.
So it means that poker has a big place in
That's incredible,
on YouTube
yeah.
in mainstream.
Yeah. 400,000. He's like
In one day.
he's
So
getting
it's
so
insane.
many
And,
people
what's his friend
from
name?
other industries.
Andrew Mimi?
Yeah,
this guy is also very good.
They're both doing very
They are
well.
both super good.
And I like the way they do it because they let them put cameras, which is nice.
Yeah, behind the cars,
Yeah,
yeah.
and you can see everything. You can see everything. It's not like maybe making it. I don't know how to say it.
More vloggers is good for the game.
Anyway, maybe sometimes you don't look the never mind, forget it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's
It's actual.
It's small and
real.
hidden,
It's real.
and
it's real. You see the card, you see the bet.
You are in the head of the guy in a certain way.
No, they're very 700. I mean, even if they lose, they don't care.
How much you play total?
So Yo is, for those asking in the chat, Yo is Johan Gilbert, who's a French poker vlogger who's also recently had some big results in high rollers and who played the show a couple years ago as well, here on Live at the Pike.
Base.
So currently making a splash on the tournament scene. And here taking a break from playing some events at the World Series of Poker to play some cash here on Live at the Bike with us. So Yo actually raises this flop. A 3-bet pot, which is pretty unconventional. Gets called from worse. And now here's his min bet. He employed this strategy a bunch when he was on the show previously and got people to play very badly against this very unusual min bet. Here, Yen jams over it, treats it as a check as she should, and jams over it. And Yo forced to fold.
I didn't expect that. Nice hand, nice hand, nice hand.
Good for the game. Good for the game now.
Very good play.
So maybe she watched that video.
Yeah, probably
You know, this is his fault. The coaching he was doing earlier, she learned.
And has thought about how to respond to these min bets.
I want to see percentage at least.
Although he sometimes did these min bets to induce people to do exactly what Yen did when he had a good hand.
900 was too much for this.
Regardless, fun play by Yen, who recognizes that she's the only player likely to have aces through queens in that spot. Because she 3-bet pre-flop and he just called.
Wow, went to 400.
So a 3-bet from Garrett with ace-5. And I don't know if he's picked up on how much L hates folding. L does continue here. Ten, 6 deuce. It goes check, check. Check, check down to the river, and ace jack is good. If L can get it to showdown.
I'll check.
And he does. Maverick says the min bet is an online thing I see all the time. Yeah, that's right. It's sort of a thing that lives online. I remember I first started seeing the min bet from out of position a couple years ago, and I thought it looked silly, and wrote down a couple of hand histories where I saw people do it, and then I ran them through solvers and found that it's often a pretty good play. From a strictly GTO or game theory optimal type standpoint, even before considering that players like you might see in a live environment might respond very badly to it because they've seen it so infrequently. So it looks like this funny trick play, these min bets that Yo sometimes does, but at least in some situations, there is pretty strong theoretical grounding for them. And I think they're pretty interesting to try exploitatively also because live players have seen them so little. And right, of course, tournament players do min bets as well at, you know, a decent percentage of the time, although they're doing them for somewhat different reasons. Often having to do with the lack of stack depth and a lot of post-flop spots. Brand V says, what kind of situations would you implement the min bet in cash? And I wish I had studied this a little bit more before I saw what the lineup was today. But one spot where it is kind of cool in a lot of situations is in small blind against big blind hands. When you're the small blind and you were the razor preflop, where you can see why min betting would be very annoying to your opponent because your range contains a lot of bad hands, but their range probably contains even more. So a lot of certain types of flops where you're the small blind against the big blind in a single raise pot. I would say that that's one situation where the min bet can be kind of cool. Game Master, Natty Wit, thank you very much.
Average or food?
The answer is yes.
Just all the surfaces. I'm gonna drink one at 5. It's just 1 hour for the wheel to come off, so I feel like I
Because
can,
you're not an
I
alcoholic.
can
That's why 5, right?
Well, that's just coincidence.
If you guys drink wine, I will drink wine with you guys.
Okay, at 5.
Anytime.
Anytime.
Anytime, at 5.
I'm
I feel
French,
like
I'm French, I need to drink wine.
yeah, perfect. Maybe you can help us pick the
Chablis.
one.
French Chablis. White wine. You like white wine?
Yes.
Okay, Chablis.
Pretty good service. Yeah, one service.
Should I take a
Wait
bottle?
till 5. They'll make you eat. Yeah, we can split it.
AMH says, you min bet the wrong guy at a small stakes live game, you might win the pot and get beat up, so implement with caution.
Thank you.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
This is interesting.
I can read it for you.
Wow, and a couple limps, and then Yo just makes it 1,000 with 10-9 off and takes it down. Israeli Ron, right now the big winner after that big pot against L, when she flopped a boat and L rivered a straight. L down 32,000 after a series of very difficult spots. Garrett also up 10K. You see that Yo is up almost 4K.
Hello, everybody.
I would like a bottle of.
Be sure to head over to liveatthebike.com
I don't know if you have it.
and subscribe there to access our enormous library of poker videos. And make sure to hit like and subscribe on whatever player you're watching the game on right now.
Yes.
I'm Charlie WIlmoth, and I'll be with you for another 2 hours here tonight on Live at the Bike. And don't forget, tomorrow, 100, 200, 200 with Garrett, as well as Eric Hicks and Bill Klein. Bomb pot here.
Your first one.
Champagne is okay for you? Because they don't have the. Sorry. Ah, it's on me. Yeah, because I'm first. Okay, check. Sorry. I will take the Veuve Clicquot. This one, the second champagne. Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
No, you know what? Let me take the Moet.
It checks through.
The last one. This one. How many glasses?
Now Christina has a straight, as does Mike and Edmund.
Just put 8.
13.
Yeah.
3,000.
I felt like I was too much.
Race from Christina here.
All in? All in.
Much more? You guys do double board bumpers?
What is it, double?
Double board?
No, I haven't done one of them, no. Probably something interesting.
I mean, this is action ready, but
Yeah, I mean, every bomb party is been
yeah, every bumper's been all in for long. Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
I remember.
One more, sorry, maybe you get him.
Just a 20K put. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's few bottles of champagne.
It's only like 100 hours of work, no problem.
I will not die with the money.
Yeah.
Now, when you get to my age, you say,
So now all 3 players are going to get it in here. Probably all of them figuring that it's pretty unlikely anyone would have king queen after the flop check through.
You can't leave them
And
shit.
they're going to chop this up.
actually, my kids are good.
Not yours. All the other rich parents. Their kids are drug addicts.
2875.
The only good thing is this thing. Yeah. The only good thing is this thing. My granddaughter.
She is adorable. One thing better than kids, huh? Grandkids.
Did you take them and leave them whenever you know you?
Yeah, of course. My parents are so obsessed with my sister's kids, my niece and nephew. Yeah.
Oh, we have a different issue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
6,000, how much more?
10 seconds.
15,000. Oh,
More. I'm already in this. My eyeballs.
Quitting tomorrow? You quitting? Sorry, I
Give you
should
the-
say anything. I'm sorry.
I guess I spoke too soon. Now Christina's worried that she could be behind here. She does have the queen of spades in her hand, so she at least knows she's not getting free rolled by queen x of spades. And she's getting such a price at this point. I can kind of understand why she's agonizing, but I think she just has to call it off here. Bradley Little says, is there any reason to fold here, Charlie? Well, maybe if you have a very specific read on one of your opponents, but I don't think Christina has that. And again, it's because of the price. If it was $20,000 more for her to call or something, then that would be a totally different situation. But it's less than $5K more for her to call into a pot of over $31,000 already. And she knows she can't be up against the queen with the flush draw because she has the queen of spades. It also checked all the way around on the flop, and it's a bomb pot. So king queen seems pretty unlikely. They're all going to chop this up. Probably much to Christina's relief. So $36,000 pot, but it's just going to be a three-way chop.
Don't apologize.
You have queen deuce also? Oh my goodness. I gotta take a picture of that.
Everybody has a queen.
Zachary James says, best player you've played with, Charlie? That's a great question.
I thought you had the queen with the flat.
I think anytime you play online at significant stakes, you're gonna run into sickos.
No, I like the river.
I think live, the player who stands out the most, just offhand, is
oh,
Chris
actually, I
Hunichin,
forgot because of the king.
who I played with
like the fourth
all day on day 2 of the main.
Yeah, I'm not paying
In
attention.
2019, I thought he played pretty
This
brilliantly.
is my first time playing. I'm thinking it's 4 of spades. or something.
I was thinking about wrapping.
So I think that's going to be my answer.
Yes, then we win. We win that way. We chop this money.
No, I would have won.
That would have been nice.
I would have taken your queen.
Oh, yeah. No, we were gonna share it.
145.
I honestly thought you had the queen with his flush draw. That's what you're thinking.
And I think it's a difficult question to answer just because different poker players are good in different ways.
Is everybody else here snapping?
We still made a little bit of money, huh?
It's not a fun spot.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
There are players at stakes even as low as 5-5 who are
Beat somewhere
just
or-
the best you've ever seen, maybe at
It's like one of these 1 in a million
exploiting
spots.
fishy
Nobody
type
likes
players,
it.
but who would struggle against really good
You're being nice.
players at higher stakes.
No, I just wouldn't say anything if I was being nice. No, it's like a 1 in a million spot. Like the bomb pot 3 ways all in.
You
Like
think
yeah.
you'd use your chips too?
But yeah, I think overall,
I don't know. I'd probably just call.
Hunichin is the player who
If you win, you
I've
win.
played with the most.
But I
Who I
wouldn't
thought,
be ha-
yeah,
I
this
wouldn't
guy's
be
really,
happy.
really good.
That's my point. I put the money in and not be happy at all.
Yours are gonna be like, their bathroom break,
Don't worry about it.
bathroom break.
The 60 was only that had the ace queen. No.
Yes.
Don't worry about the viewers. Worry about you made the right decision and got a third of that pot. That's it. That's what matters.
The end result.
Good advice from Garrett.
I was cursing bomb pots. I would never be in here for shit.
I don't fault Christina at all for thinking about that spot. I certainly would too.
Yeah, that's hers.
But I think you do have to come up with the decision she eventually did come up with, which is that because of the price you're getting, it's a call.
Wait.
And it starts,
Mommy,
like,
actually,
people
I
can
can-
start watching it tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
I can order all that, right?
But they
Coffee?
stopped at 6.
What does it say you can order that? The coffee on that?
Stop at 9.
Coffee on the app.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look, I saw an advertising that you can order the Starbucks
On the app? Yeah.
Do they normally keep running?
I've never done it before.
I heard people.
Yeah, let me know. Just
I would like to drink and watch.
a medium iced Americano or hot?
Okay, well, yes.
No, come on. No. Medium Americano with sweet and low.
Sweet and low.
Yeah, right? No?
Thank you. Anybody want coffee? Well, hold on. Anybody wants coffee? Starbucks? Anything?
And I think one more comment on the best player question. It's something that's really hard to tell from just playing with someone for one day or even 3 or 4 days. The way you really get to know someone is to play with them a lot more than that. And honestly, if I'm in a game with somebody who's a really, really, really sick player, I don't know, I probably don't want to stay in that game forever. So I'm just not building up the sample size. There are certainly a lot of regs here in LA who I think are very good. But as far as someone being the best person, best player I've ever played with, that's really hard to just boil down to one person. Three ways here. L with the best of it. Picks up a flush draw on the turn.
Oh, 5.
Raise.
Yeah, 4 don't call. 5.
And takes it down. Game Master, thank you for watching. Thanks for being with us. Arash85 says, best players don't let you know that they're the best. I agree with that too. And that's one reason it takes so long to figure it out. The best players are not the ones shouting from the rooftops about how big their bankroll is or how good they are. In a lot of cases, they don't really want people to know.
Nice.
Sometimes. I have to be honest sometimes. Because sometimes, you know.
Something to do.
Yep, yeah. It's something
Raise
that
from
has to-
Christina, 3-bet from L. And Ron wakes up with aces. Puts in the 4-bet. And L is getting a pretty good price here, but if there's ever a time to fold at this price, this would be it. Ron's 4-betting range is probably exclusively hands that dominate King-Jack offsuit.
I've been to a flamenco.
And
Have you? Here?
pretty
No,
good
I was
chance with
visiting
King-Jack,
Madrid
you
and we went
wind
to
up in a
one.
spot like this
It
where
was
you have
badass.
a piece and it's no good.
There's some teachers here, like, thought of coming playing here and taking classes here.
Right. You like perform it and
I
instruct
have
it.
a small group
Uh-huh.
that I perform with,
Yeah.
but like sometimes there's more of us than audience.
Got it,
Like,
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but I was out
4,000.
ago and like,
And a raise here from L.
like I saw your show.
Oh,
so that was
nice.
fun.
That's cool. Yeah. For our
And
wedding, we did a choreographed dance. That,
I-
What?
I'm not really sure
so
what
it
this
starts
raise is
off as,
supposed to
like,
achieve.
ballroom,
Okay.
and then we bust out into like a hip hop number for like the next
L's played
minute and a half.
a bunch of spots
And
really
just,
well
like,
here today,
blew
but I'm
everyone
not sure about
away.
this
You
one.
had so much fun.
We
Like,
had so much
practicing
fun.
it?
Yeah, we probably put 100 hours into it.
Did
Like,
you,
Ron just calls.
choreograph it, or did you hire
And
No, we
I
hired
hope
a
L is
guy,
doing this
yeah,
with the intention
so
of checking
we
back the
probably did
turn.
20 hours with him
Unless he
or whatever.
improves.
And we really did have a lot of fun with it. It was so far out of my comfort zone, so like it felt really cool to do something. That,
Instead,
like,
it's a
I'm not
spade,
good at,
and
you know?
Ron does have the ace of
Well, of
spades.
course hers.
Yeah.
Of course. But I did say, I was like, if we're gonna do this, like, we're doing it fucking big. We're going, you know, we're not gonna do 20 hours, 10 hours, like, it's not gonna just be a ballroom thing,
Yeah.
and so, yeah.
I love adding the hip hop.
It was cool, yeah. So we love electronic music. So when I say hip hop, it's like hip hop / electronic
4,000.
dancing, but It's called
And L bets again.
Rather Be by Clean Bandit.
Okay.
So you might know the song. It was
I'll look it up.
it was a very popular electronic.
And
dance song.
quick call from Ron.
Sorry.
And L only has
It was super fun.
about
Like, it was
$8,000
so
back, and
rewarding,
Ron
like,
makes the
when we
effective
finished,
nuts
like, the day of the, I mean,
on the
everything
river. A
about it
couple of
was,
straight
like, the most
flushes
fun
out there,
day
but
of
that's
my
not a
life.
huge
That-
concern in a
that
4-bet pot.
especially was really fun.
All in.
All in.
And Ron just leads all in. And nothing for L to do here but let this go, I don't think. And he does. His
The
frustrating
dancing's no joke. That's really
day
the-
continues.
Yeah,
In essence, all I can
like
say about
dancing
that.
with the stars
Yeah, Jack?
style, because you had different
You're
kinds of
behind the whole way.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the whole way,
You're behind the whole way.
behind the whole way.
I'll show you one more time. It's a second.
It's, there's like,
Oh,
I
think I folded 10-7 of spades.
like,
Take it.
but you can practice.
It's just a favor.
Study.
Yeah.
But then when you get in the moment, you have to
Take
rely
it.
on what you already know.
I'm gonna get
So
shit
it's
from my
over,
friend
like,
showing my hands.
Yeah.
like,
You can't think the moves.
thinking
You gotta
about-
feel it,
exactly,
right?
Thinking
Yeah.
about it is
You
over.
gotta remember we
Yeah.
played
And
before,
now
right?
it's the doing.
We
Yeah.
played before,
I've
right?
had times where I
Yeah, I
spaced,
think
I couldn't
only a
remember.
couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No matter how much time you put into it, right?
Yeah, like I would be backstage
You wanna post it
not
or yeah?
remembering a single
Yeah.
step.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then your body remembers.
Yeah.
Can I come on next show also? If Gary comes, can I come next show? What? When am I, 25?
Yes. Raise 300. Mike, it's to you. You're 225.
You haven't looked at it.
What you're saying is
Three,
like,
your action.
it's so astute though. Like, it's like,
Hold on.
unlike poker, you can't think about how to play well. You gotta like feel it in
understand.
your
Why
body.
would we-
You put in the work, and then you got like.
That's
Yeah,
how
the
I
coach.
feel about it.
That's how I feel about it too. Like initially, I would think the moves, and I practice and practice and practice. But eventually, you gotta feel it.
Yeah, you
You
can.
know, which is like such a foreign concept to
Couldn't
me.
really
I would say
appreciate it,
sometimes
that's all.
if I'm
Yeah,
like
it is. Thank you.
overthinking,
Yeah.
I will get disconnected from that.
Right, right.
And that's really bad.
Yeah.
Four ways here. Ron flops the nut flush draw.
How many players?
Turn it up forehand.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, after you're done with it, or whatever.
You check?
You order?
Take a round.
How much are you?
It actually happened to me in a trim.
I believe L was the pre-flop raiser.
Dinner break, and I told myself like, "Very good,"
9.
and came back and,
We all do that. Though.
Ron fires.
but I was like, be good.
Yeah.
And
And that's what messes
Takes
you
it down.
up. Yeah.
Guys, I have a mini glass. Who drinks champagne?
It's
Take it.
fine,
I don't
somewhere.
Who? One,
You
two.
want to buy the straddle?
Champagne, someone?
Oh, champagne? Okay.
Yeah, I'll drink.
I'll drink champagne.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Might as well.
You?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Well, I don't drink, but champagne is not. Not because I had a problem. I never had a problem with drinking. I just don't drink. But also medication. Also medication.
Yeah, I don't drink either. No.
It's gonna be
I just
the
don't like the
Socially,
taste
I'll
of
then we like cucumber and then
Thank you.
No problem. French tradition. We drink that for breakfast. No joke.
I know.
You're 25.
Oh, 25?
Yeah.
I'll help you pass them out.
There's a call.
Oh, we are in the waiting. Wow.
Wes Moran, thank you very much.
You have to tip.
Glad you're here too.
Optional.
Yeah, you can pass them those two to him and Ron. I will give you one.
300 for you?
You have a haircut you
You need to drink more because you play too good.
Anybody else?
Nice.
Just like it.
focus on your
Garrett knows I never won.
Yeah, I know exactly what's happening to this
Garrett,
hand.
see, Garrett, Ron, I said, I'm coming. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers to the viewers. Santé la famille.
Sunday.
Santé. Santé. You say santé la famille.
Santé la famille.
Ouais. It's the family. Famille.
I thought it was the straddle last hand.
Last time he bought the straddle.
So you pushed it back or something?
No, I think you got used to call it Thursday. I don't think you get offered.
Got it.
If you're in the hand.
Garrett one whiskey.
Oh, well, so you actually. I put my stool out, walked away.
Yeah, you guys can say you thought you bought it.
Yeah,
He bought it, she folded, and then he threw the 100, so it looked like you just called.
understand.
300.
Fire.
Yeah, you gotta be on top of these things.
Job.
He called.
Do you like it? It's
I do,
champagne
it's
rosé.
dry.
Champagne
I like it a
rosé.
lot.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nice choice.
Yeah.
14 more.
I'm with a French person.
Thing is,
Makes it better.
Yeah, thank you. Merci.
Lido in the Twitch chat noticed the same
Have you
thing
been to France?
I did, which is
I went skiing with my daughter.
everybody at the table
We have friends
toasting
that
and drinking,
we
and
met
Garrett
in our town in Boise, Idaho.
eating an energy bar.
Do you know where Idaho
No.
is? Okay, we have friends that were there
Three.
because the husband worked at a French cheese company.
Okay, cool.
And we went to visit his parents and ski.
Amazing. You
Yes,
like-
it really was because like when you're visiting a family, it's so much better.
You remember the name of the station, the ski station?
We were near Mont Blanc, but it was a little town like a more-
Courchevel?
what's that?
Courchevel?
No. Can you name
Chamonix?
more? No.
Les Deux Alpes?
No,
Menuire?
it's smaller. It's about 40 minutes away down the valley.
250.
Val d'Isère?
No. My daughter would remember the name of
Okay.
her.
Val Thorens?
I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna message them.
Okay, okay.
It's good to it was okay, and at that time the kids weren't that great, so we weren't really trying to push it.
So L with
But it was a great time.
nut flush draw and bottom pair
Had,
here.
like, cake every day at 4.
17.
Calls Garrett's flop
Call
bet.
it le goûter.
It was great.
That's a French thing? Like cake
Garrett.
before?
No, it's yeah, the fact to take some collation at
Fire's
four,
huge
yeah.
on the turn.
Something like sugary, you know, you're gonna take the cake or anything like that. Because in between the lunch and the dinner.
I was gonna say that the thing I was expecting to happen on this river was for Garrett to hit like a offsuit 5 or something like that and win this pot that way, because that's just how L's night is going.
Listening to a comedian who had a
But that's not what happens. L does have the best hand. We'll see if he can hang on to it.
10 seconds.
The French just decided we're all gonna die, so let's get really good at cakes.
Garrett fires for a third time, knowing that he unblocks clubs. This is going to be one of his 3 barrels, and it's essentially an all-in bet.
It's all in French. Oh, really?
Yeah.
A lot of French fans in here today.
And now L in the unfortunate spot of having to decide whether to call it off with just a deuce.
It's 1 a.m.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Pretty difficult call.
1:30 now.
And he had a very good, I was gonna ask, like, he had like some second.
In fact, you should not call, in my opinion. This is just a fold. It'd be pretty sick if he made this call, but I think in general, this is just going to be a fold.
How long have you been a blogger?
How long have been where?
A blogger? Are you a
Having clubs in your hand is bad
4 years.
because you want your opponent to have clubs.
just poker?
No, travel.
And there are so many better made hands you can have in this.
On YouTube? Is that?
Yeah.
But you can-
YoViral. Yo. Johan.
Oh, oh, that's
Viral.
Oh, that's it.
L really wants to call here, though.
When I texted Wayne who is playing, he
10
said,
seconds,
at the
no
end he
time
said, yo
check.
viral. I thought he meant like
You
like
gonna
you
be
viral,
viral.
like you're gonna be on viral.
You're also viral. You are very viral.
Well,
it's
you are-
gonna
you
be
are
on-
viral.
Yeah, it's gonna be on stream or like
You
that's what I
left me
thought
with
he
King
meant.
Queen. You.
Finally does let it go. Garrett gets it
More
through.
champagne for you.
I know.
No champagne, no cheese for you.
I never show, but
You already get the baguette.
I get if you're lucky.
Cheers, Roger. Cheers.
How do you know? How do you know? How does he know?
So it was?
Wait, how does he know?
All assumptions.
I didn't even know I would have called.
Straight down. 3. Good.
So Garrett, the pre-flop raiser here, picks up a couple callers.
4. Raise 1,000.
He does bet, and Mike raises it with a gutter and backdoor spades. Garrett with some backdoors of his own, not done with this. Garrett picks up a diamond draw.
6.
No time check.
But the board does pair.
So you get 60 seconds?
30
Oh,
seconds.
30 seconds.
Very small turn bet for Mike.
I love tanking the most. No, I
You
can't.
can, no acting,
No, I
no
can't.
acting, no Hollywooding.
10 seconds.
I didn't think I'd use mine.
Someone else will make up. Raise 3.
You did.
I
Oh,
know.
you
I
And a
really
raise
used mine.
from Garrett.
Yeah.
That'll take it down.
She's fast.
So he thinks that Mike is pretty unlikely to have an ace or a full house when he uses that sizing. And he's right that time.
If you think about it too much, then you don't do it, you know, that's a problem.
There you go.
I don't know.
Trying to get you a Halloween costume or what?
No,
You gonna be a square or a triangle or
I'm
what?
not gonna even click on it because it's
No,
spam.
no, I'm so bad at like, you know, some people can see that. I can barely see it.
3.
Yen raises, Garrett calls. Flush draw from Garrett. We don't know what Yen has. She bets a quarter pot,
1,000.
and Garrett raises it up. Snap call here from Yen. And this could start getting awkward for Yen if Garrett wants it to go that way. She only has about $8,000 back.
12.
He bets 2,000 here on the turn, and she lets it go. So not sure what she had there, but possible something like queens through sevens.
Pump.
No.
You won on the last one.
Can we make a 200?
Good.
Oh, 150.
$1,000 bomb pot.
Your punishment for not punishment.
Don't know about how everybody else.
No.
5K, 5K.
20K.
No, I only have 5K.
If you have less, it's fine. You can still win the whole pot.
No, I will come get
This
it.
is just a $300 bomb pot, not a
If
$1,000
I
bomb
didn't
pot.
get it, it's because I'm doing okay. But
Okay,
if
I'll just tell them that you pick it up later then.
thanks a lot. Thanks for that.
Check.
Don't bother with the game here.
Regular fifty peso is bomb to that, please.
How many? Good.
Just one trigger, thank you.
Guys, come on, we're on camera. All right.
So a queen for Edmund.
Me?
They all love me.
Eight.
He bets a third pot on the turn.
It's gonna haunt you, right?
No one else has a whole lot to fight back with.
I forget about this one already. You know, against you, you and me. Oh my god, King Jack. My friend, I want to do something, but with that, what can I do?
Flash draw.
Uh-oh.
Wes Martin says, why are you straddling tonight? They have been straddling. This is a 25-50-50 game, and they've been straddling to 100.
Well, my king wasn't good, I marked it.
145 total.
Mark, I mean, bumper.
Take it.
I appreciate you. Oh, wait. Thank you.
Three. 1,000.
Raise from L. Mike picks up aces.
Yes.
Puts in the 3-bet. L does not like to fold, but he'll make an exception this time. Mike's 3-bet range is not incredibly wide from what we've seen, and L does not have a huge stack behind.
I'm putting you.
Super. I'll get more chips if you guys. Are you playing?
I'm not sure yet. Let's have dinner with a friend.
What time is it now? 4:30 right now? What time do we start? Okay.
Howdy. Can we get him chips?
Oh, we started one.
Chips are out.
But it's clear time. Do I need to go myself?
Yeah. Yeah. Three.
Christina raises it with Jack-10 suited.
Yeah, give me the chips. It's okay. You can put them on the table, it's okay. I prefer them on the table. Thank you.
L and Edmund call. Wow, what a flop.
I'm adding
Edmund flops the second nuts. Christina with top 2.
Actually, give me 30.
40K.
30K. 30K. Yeah. 7. Added 144. 700.
Christina bets about 2/3 pot.
Raise. 12.
I'm playing 10
behind, buddy. Yeah, it was a raise.
A raise from Edmund.
So you raised how much?
19 total.
1900, pretty small raise. Christina's going to call here. Nine on the turn should slow things down a bit. Now Edmund loses to any queen. Obviously, Christina not thrilled about that card either, but it might save her some money. Check now from Edmund. And I'm not sure there's a great case for betting in Christina's situation. Maybe by betting you prevent Edmund from firing the river.
Marvin.
Maybe you get value out of worst 2 pairs. Or maybe you just get a straight to fold. Wow. So Edmund just lets the straight go. And I can sort of understand it from his perspective. But from Christina's perspective, I don't think she's trying to get a 7 to fold. I think she's trying to get value and trying to set a price for the river.
We're going to get rid of them. We're going to send them someplace that can't hurt us. The whole money.
Yes. Yeah, you know that.
Does make a lot of sense for Christina to have a queen there. So from Edmund's perspective, him folding, definitely not the worst play I've ever seen.
Kind of like pitching.
The problem is that I'm suck at it all the time.
Don't know when I'm playing.
You don't fold enough. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So I'm trying to get myself into a habit.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Mike, 300.
Raise from L. Mike calls. Ron in there as well.
I didn't hear her. I wouldn't ask if I heard.
10K. 10K on 3.
As are Edmund and Christina. Queen 8-5, all spades. Ron has the only spade out there.
400.
Mike bets. I guess it's sort of a bluff. Not really sure, but no one else has much, so he's going to take it down. Don't blame L for folding jacks with no spade there. Certainly a hand where it's pretty much impossible to continue on later streets. Unless you hit the one miracle offsuit jack.
No, it's
500,000, please.
From his money.
Yeah. Take it from my player. I mean, he's good for it.
yeah, he's good for
He's good for it.
300.
Make it $1 million. Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck. It's a big game.
Make it
today.
wrong.
Yeah. Actually, what's the balance in there? Let's figure that out.
Sell my house to buy.
Yeah.
Sell my house.
Me. $1 million behind.
Oh, you're so fucked now. What are you doing?
I'm not doing it.
What are you
Give him
doing?
more champagne.
Yeah.
I'll get the next one.
Of course, I come for you.
300.
No, not the next
Nah.
glass, the next bottle.
No, the next. Oh, okay. You want that?
Michael, give me one.
When it's time. I'm
Yeah, you
actually,
should.
that's enough for me.
Yeah. Who was the second person? You will be refill. Because you
Monster
are
draw here for Garrett.
So this will make you lucky, okay? Believe me, this is French champagne.
Who bet the flop?
Lucky champagne.
Yes, lucky champagne.
Israeli Ron picks up a pair here on the turn. Garrett makes a pair of 7s on the river, but that's not going to be enough.
Think I'm alcoholic. Champagne is for breakfast.
I started it.
It's breakfast, almost breakfast in France, right?
Yeah.
As Ron takes this one down.
Where are you from, sir?
Originally?
Yeah.
Armenian.
Arménien. Tu parles français? Some Armenians speak French, huh?
A lot of
A lot. Take it.
One of your greatest suitors is like
Charles Aznavour.
Israeli Ron, our big winner so far, up almost 26K. Garrett and Christina also up 5 figures. Yo up a couple thousand. L now stuck $45,000 for the night.
Maybe not.
Garrett, what's the biggest bomb pot you've ever played? No, not yet.
Bomb pot?
I think maybe I won a bomb pot. That was like the pot was like 300K in a bomb pot on this stream.
But how does it start?
When it
Like,
starts,
what was
you
the?
Yeah. Maybe it was either like 1K or 2K per person bomb pot. I
Every
think.
time?
Yeah. I think 1K.
Yeah.
And it made a 300.
Yeah.
That's
It's-
insane.
Yeah. Pretty sick.
100, 200K?
Maybe or 2-4. I don't remember. Yeah, one of those two. Yeah.
Yeah, not that much money on the table.
Yeah, that's probably gonna happen here.
Well, not in the anymore. It's 5-10 games. There's $500,000 on the table.
Raise from Yen. Three bet from L, and you just got to hand it to him, man. He just does not quit. Yen puts in the call. Bad flop for both of them. Yen checks it back. 6 on the turn. L fires, takes it down, maybe figuring that he can have ace-5 suited in this situation, and that his overpairs that he checked on the flop are likely to be good. Raise from Yen. Garrett calls. Straddle. 2 pair for Yen. And she bets and takes it down. Charlie WIlmoth, I'll be with you for another hour and 15 minutes here tonight. Find me on Twitter at thirdwalking, THIRD walking. Check out my poker podcast, Third Man Walking, which you can find links to at the Twitter profile. Keep in mind, we've got more high-stakes poker tomorrow, even bigger high-stakes poker. 100, 200, 200. Garrett will be back. Bill Klein will be here. Eric Hicks will be here as well.
200.
L raises this one, Ron calls, and then donk bets the flop. Quick call from L. Brick on the turn. Ron not betting quite small. Sizings are, to me, indicative of a draw, but I guess we'll see. And L makes trips on the river. Ron checks.
You have to rule my hand. Yeah?
Pot size bet roughly from L.
I think it's still good.
And Ron had the queen deuce and lets it go.
Yeah.
You have the hand.
I know.
That's not even possible.
I had 2 pairs. Like fucking 3
The,
pairs.
the hand.
Number
So
one
hard to
leading
get those
reason of
two
how we
ways
know
out.
this is a simulation.
Ridiculous.
These are messed up.
How lucky you gonna get today, man?
Some of the other cards are being problematic, but it's different.
Sure looked like Ron had queen deuce of spades. Edmund putting in the raise with 4-3 suited from early position. And L wakes up with ace king.
900.
Makes it 900. Edmund calls. 10-7-5, so a gutter for Edmund to go with backdoor spades. Not much there for L, but he does have the best stand at the moment. Check, check on the flop. L picks up a gutter.
No more. That is good, huh?
Check, check on the turn, and L backs into the nuts. Unfortunately for him, Edmund has nothing.
Dessert.
And quickly lets it go.
Dessert.
Oh, dessert.
Dessert. My accent.
I don't know what the hell it is. I think, I don't know.
You try something, Garrett? You remember something from the menu? From dessert?
Dessert.
Dessert.
I can't remember.
No? What
No,
your...
do you have a menu here? Is there a menu?
No, but not
Oh,
yeah, the waitress when she comes. No, we will wait for the waitress, don't worry. She, yeah, if you see her, but don't worry, she comes often.
She won't come unless I get her. So
Yeah? Okay. You know better.
just said, oh, we'll wait for her then.
You, thank you for that. Yeah.
300.
Trying to make sure both my cards are marked here so everyone knows exactly what I got.
Garrett raises, and Ron just calls from the small blind with pocket queens. And flops middle set. Edmund in there as well.
500. Can you get these cards?
Garrett quickly folds to a small bet from Ron there.
Making a sarcastic comment.
No, it's sure. Well, it wasn't 100% accurate. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know. I mean, of course. Can't say anything because my mentor would say something.
Where are you
Originally from Israel.
Okay. Where'd you get all your tattoos, or when did you start getting them?
Where are you from, Israeli Ron?
Oh, 10 years ago.
Okay.
Standard midlife crisis. Or
Yeah. Well, it was after. It was
I'm with you
after.
though. I just got my first one, so all right.
No, when I was like.
What color was the car?
52. When I was 52.
50. Yeah. Awesome.
I got a little. There was a little one here. I can't see it now.
52 is
Raise
a
from
great
L,
age to get
just a
tattoos.
call from
It's like,
Yo.
You're probably
who
not
we
going to
haven't heard much
regret your
from
decision.
recently.
right?
He's track
You
suited.
probably know yourself well
It
enough at
took
that
me,
point.
once I decided, it took me like 6 months to get it.
Yeah.
Every tattoo that I do, it takes me.
You think about it a
Yeah,
lot.
I don't just go into the store and say, okay, do whatever.
One guy, both arms, or
One guy
I'll
did
bet
this
small
one, and
quickly
the one
takes
that
it
I really
down.
like here in the middle,
Yeah.
and then this other guy, I found him on Instagram, believe it or not.
Okay.
I went to him, he did this one freehand. I loved him. And then so 2 months later, I went and did this one.
nice,
And
nice.
then like a year or two later, I went and did all this.
Same guy, right?
Same guy,
Yeah.
but it's hands-free. He doesn't
Yeah.
use a stencil, nothing.
Oh wow.
That's honestly that's the one I noticed that I like the best.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah,
The
he's
middle
not
one.
using, the guy's amazing. I said to him, you're sick. Person. You're a sick person. Because you do it without stencil, without nothing. You just go and draw and I get compliments all the time.
325.
So the last
William
one I
Fang
did,
says,
like,
how does Yo have 160,000?
4 or 5 months
He
ago,
just
my
bought
leg
those
and my
chips.
dog.
He's up a little bit, I think.
I love him.
A couple $1,000s,
So
Did you put the name or not?
no.
but not a whole lot.
Somebody told me to do, well now I bought a new car.
What's in the
but,
3-bet here with King 10 suited? Gets a call from Jack 10 off.
And somebody told me to put there's a logo, Hellcat. That's something to think about.
You just get engaged?
No, I've been engaged for a while.
Okay, but not married, right?
No, not married.
'Cause I just learned this stuff.
Oh.
Because, like, I didn't know anything about
Yeah,
this, but
yeah.
now my wife wears two
Oh,
things,
yeah.
right? I literally wouldn't have known how this
Oh,
shit
yeah,
worked,
man.
like, weeks
Yeah.
ago. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yo bets on the flop and takes it down.
But that's pretty standard, right? Like, if you're engaged, you wear just that. If you're married, you wear two, right?
The band.
Yeah.
I guess you can wear the band or both.
Oh, dessert.
Got it.
Dessert.
Some married women
I want to
only
see
wear
the
engagement
menu,
rings.
please.
Is that right? Do you know, or?
I'm like the wrong girl to ask.
Yeah. And I don't know either. This is like two people don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Let's just move on.
I just made, yeah, we'll just
Let's just move
our
on.
heads.
Yeah, right.
Yen's partner, Dan,
But it was news
also
to me
a
when we started approaching our wedding, and she's like,
professional poker
"We
player
gotta get our
here in
band."
LA.
I'm like, "The fuck you mean?" Like,
Oh, you got like.
yeah, I'm like, "What the fuck did I pay
Yeah.
for?" Like, she's like, "Don't worry, it's not even
Like
close
more
to
jewelry.
as much as like the engagement ring, you know." She's like, "And you need one too." I'm like, "What do you mean I need one?"
You see, even I knew that. Yeah, you need one.
No, I knew I needed one. I was kidding about that, but I didn't know that she needed two. It shows how little I paid attention.
Yeah, I think some people like they put the diamond, they put it on the band so they.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
get, like,
Or I think some people like put the band directly
Directly on,
underneath. Yeah, yeah.
something like that.
I used to have this conversation with my friends in a former single life. Like they'd be like, "Oh, she's married." Like,
Yeah.
I'd be like, I never would have noticed that.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
I just never. I guess I was a lot younger then too. Most people
Yeah.
weren't married.
Aces for Yo.
51. Look at the date.
Ace 10 off for Christina who calls. So go heads up here.
This is only half of it.
Yeah, yeah. Ideas, right?
Yeah, you have to. I mean, like you
Queen
said,
10
it
deuce.
stays.
Of course. Oh, you don't want to fuck that up. Yeah.
No, in
Christina,
Christina, by the way, you can't take
Probably going to pay off at least one bet here.
You cannot do color, you cannot.
Maybe
stay.
two.
Got it,
I
yeah.
don't know why. What's the chemical to do with it?
She also has the ace of clubs in her
For
hand.
the Lakers.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Although the way the Clippers have changed their logo in recent years, it kind of looks like that, huh? A little.
I have season tickets for since '98.
Yeah.
And
I'm going on Tuesday.
Okay.
You gonna go?
Club on the turn.
No, I
Interesting
saw-
card.
Sell it. You'll make.
I saw-
You'll make so
no,
many.
I saw
on
the,
the
I
whole
saw the
season.
because I have Lakers, Clippers, and Kings.
Okay, got it.
It's from
Yeah.
here. Where are you gonna sit?
They were given to me, so they're really good seats. Yeah, I won't say.
14.
But I didn't buy them anyway. So.
No, it's okay. The prices is charging.
Oh, it's
So
not-
Christina leads at this, which is pretty interesting.
But
For
I
the
get,
Lakers.
I have
Oh,
Premier.
all the seasons.
And the key to that is that she has the ace of clubs in her hand.
Tuesday against the Warriors.
No, but I have the season ticket for Lakers, Clippers, and Kings.
Yeah,
It's $50K for two seats.
You're not done with this yet.
for the whole season. Right?
Yeah, that'd be like pretty good seats.
And
right?
Christina
Well,
Rivers
I'm just
trips.
season
Really
house,
good
And I'm
seats.
just saying it,
Okay.
not because.
Yeah, yeah.
I am telling you.
Yeah, yeah.
But you sold it. You're not.
I still have, no,
And
I have
checks,
the license.
interesting.
I sold the season.
So we've seen Yo go for some very thin value at times here tonight.
No.
Not really.
See if he wants to do that
Sometimes.
this
You know
time.
what is fun? Because I was a kid. I went with my son since he was like 3 years old.
10 seconds.
So,
No, of course. That's like,
17 years old. Every,
I can't wait to
And
get into sports.
If he does bet,
That's what I
Even
said.
we were one weekend, we were in Tahoe.
37.
what Christina decides to do in response, I assume call.
In the morning, we left my family there. We flew to see the game. That's how it's raised.
What were you saying?
Oh, no.
Yeah, she's not going to consider a raise here, just a
No, I
call.
just have tens.
Good.
And so Christina gets probably the best possible river card, checks it over after leading the
Gotta make
turn,
sure he puts
and
that
ends
on
up
his content.
getting a value bet in there anyway.
At least you're only losing to the 2 girls.
Wow.
I lost to Ron also.
What did I do now?
I lost to everybody.
I'd rather lose to the girls.
Yeah, it's okay. Just money.
400.
What my friend said to me after, I was actually crying after a tournament, which is embarrassing, but he was like, you know what, you're like winning in life.
That's better.
And
It's the
I
best
think
compliment
I-
someone can give you.
I have that feeling about you.
Thank you.
I also have that feeling about it.
Yeah. I mean, look at the sweater.
Thank you.
Alright, bump up.
I see one of the pictures on the wall. If you look closely, you see me in the picture.
Ron, I need 200.
Yeah. This is me and my son.
Oh, sick.
And this is the
super
center
cool.
court.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah, no. How much? 2? 3.
I'm not sure if in Christina's spot on that river,
We're
if
from Tucson, Arizona. So
if
we have
raising
one
is
team that matters. It's like
good on the river,
basketball.
I think it probably is not.
Same thing for me growing up.
I was just like a little bit confused by that situation because I don't really
Before I
take
knew how to
that
talk.
line on the turn ever that she
Is it
did.
my turn? Sorry, I was
leading
waiting
there.
for him to check. I'm ruining everything. Sorry.
When she has the middle pair specifically. When her hand is good enough to check call with.
20 seconds left and he was whining, let's go home. Okay. And what happened? We got home and went to overtime.
Yeah.
So since
That's
then,
it. I'm not even sure that leading the turn is
since then, we
not the right
never
play.
left the game.
So
Even when it
just a pretty confusing hand all around.
Yeah.
We're waiting for this. I don't care.
Yeah, you can't leave. It's a rookie move to leave.
No more.
You'll always be punished if you leave.
145.
So whoever used to go with him, really my son couldn't. I said, we're going to, make sure you commit it to the last minute. You're not leaving early. I went one time with my life, where I went, we left early and I got a ticket.
So Yen bets the flop.
It's hard to get tickets in California too.
I don't care.
Checks the turn. And folds to a bet from L,
How much? What was your last bet? Sorry.
despite having a pretty nice draw.
2,000, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah, 5.
Not sure if I missed something there. I was looking at the chat.
You won that at 5,000. 5,000? 5,000.
Somebody added something?
The reason why raising might be dubious in that spot, in Christina's spot, is because it makes all the sense in the world for Yo to have all kinds of better hands.
Yeah.
He can have lots of worse ones as well,
Awesome. Yes. She's,
but he can certainly have better. He can have, you know, queens full,
Yeah. Sounds like my wife.
and he can certainly have flushes.
Same thing
Even though
every
you
time I
have the ace
play.
of clubs in your hand.
Can watch today. No, I'm good.
Yeah, I was like, but your mom's gonna be on like a
Yeah.
program.
Yeah,
No?
yeah. No, I'm alright, yeah.
But you know what? When I dropped her at early care because I had to catch a flight, I was
Yo
like,
flops best here.
"Are you gonna wear a mask on the airplane?" And
Yeah.
I was like, I will, but I can't find it. And she like took hers off her face.
Oh,
Gave
yeah.
me her mask because she had one that fit her better, and
Yeah.
she just did it like I was like,
Yeah.
I
So
don't know. It's,
that's an
she's
adorable.
not very affectionate.
Yeah.
Like something like that. She was like, I'm with you. You know.
Yeah. So of course that's very sweet, and that would be the first thing I think of. But as an aside, like, it's so sad. Like, we have young children who are like, you know, they have just like these psychological issues from COVID that we've never seen. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, I have tried to like instill that we're gonna go ahead and live our lives.
Sure.
Unfortunately, like they have to follow the rules of school.
Yeah.
So they're
Check on the turn.
Masks all the time, right?
And L makes a pair here on the river.
Yeah.
And so, you know, they
Yo,
need to believe that because that's
probably going to be betting.
Of course.
I mean, if,
yeah, yeah.
if you stop believing the rules that
The
you're
system.
following,
Yeah.
I think you start like having a dissonance in your life.
Right, yeah.
So like the best thing is to like think that these are for a good reason,
For
rather
sure.
than like some stupid.
Right.
4,200.
Right, yeah.
So I tell her you can take it off, like you don't wear it, and she wants to wear it.
Yeah.
Yo bet's 4,200.
Yeah.
Especially with the age group under 12, right?
Almost pot.
'Cause you can't get vaccinated and stuff. Yeah,
And I tell her, she's like, Mom, you need your mask. I tell her, like, I'm vaccinated.
yeah.
You know, so.
10 seconds off.
I think this is a pretty good sizing based on L's tendencies.
Yeah, it's not great.
But he does
I
let
think
the
she's fine.
ace
During
jack go.
lockdown, I worked really hard to make my life normal. Like,
Yeah.
and pretend like everything.
Woo! Crazy game.
Timing for party start.
Dropped again.
Good bet from Yo, I think.
Easy guy.
And a nice fold from L.
You're so nice. You're like, am I allowed to take it off? Do whatever you want. No one would care.
I slept 3 hours already, but I'm gonna die with that. You're gonna kill me. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be
Just
crazy.
3 hours?
No, I really slept 3 hours to be honest.
You're
This is
first up,
honesty
Chris.
as the maximum.
Sorry. I'll be back.
I'm dead AF, but I'm enjoying my time. But I'm dead AF. It's okay.
That's amazing.
That's good because we are seated. Athletes, they have to move. We just are sitting.
300. Leroy is 1100.
Are you
Okay.
having some more?
I'm not.
You're
I'm
not?
done. Thank you.
Okay.
He said he wants it.
No means no.
No means no, I know.
Garrett takes this one down with a
You know,
3
in this
bet.
case, you can bend my arm a little bit, but I'm not enjoying it. I mean, it's good.
No, no,
Plus,
I
I'm driving
understand.
in and out.
no, don't drive with while drink.
It's just, no, it's not about the drink, the smell of it, just the hassle.
Is it straddle 50?
I have to call my son, the whole thing.
$300.
Are you guys gonna get working on this?
Probably, but I've been instructed, like I can pretty much say anything I want at cameras, but she specifically asked me not to talk about timelines for that.
Wow, okay.
Cause
Sorry
like,
for asking.
no, the question doesn't bother me at all. But like, She feels like it's like a superstition thing. Like if we say,
Too much pressure.
yeah, if it's announced
Pressure.
publicly we're trying, she
Yeah.
feels like that's not good. Yeah.
No, it's not good.
Yeah.
Garrett, the stream finish in 1 hour, and do you think we can continue the game?
We can definitely continue the game.
Oh,
for
okay.
sure. Yeah. We almost always.
I
do.
mean,
yeah.
Double shuttle, 200.
The game almost always continues.
Ah, okay, super. That's a good.
Yeah. We don't have to
Because
move
it's
or
it's
anything.
quick. I'm not
No, he
used
just-
to when I
he
play
just looked
poker.
at
I
the
play all day.
double
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
Yeah.
I'm not used to play.
We
just-
almost always play way past 5 hours.
Yeah, it's more fun.
Yeah.
I read it on last Friday.
Raise to 1,000.
Just a call from Yo on the
But it
button.
won't be too long.
L makes it 1,000.
Crazy game.
Waited a long time.
Mike calls out of the double straddle, and Yo calls as well.
Okay, yeah.
There.
You probably got married very young, I guess. Huh?
I mean, now I felt
Queen
so
3
old.
deuce.
I thought I just had everything
1,000.
figured out, but
Yeah.
I was 24.
Yeah, yeah.
Backdoor flush draw
That's
for
how
L.
24-year-olds feel, though. They feel old. Yeah.
I had my shit together.
Yeah, yeah.
More than now, actually.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
Weird.
Relationships have like a way of doing
That's
that.
it.
Yeah.
Yo picks up a gutter here on the turn.
For better or worse.
L doesn't improve and checks.
Not knowing what you don't know.
Right, right, yeah.
But it's the best thing.
For sure, yeah. Everybody like says that about their kids. Like, I don't like ask them like as a pop quiz. Everyone volunteers to me. The best thing they've ever done is have their kid or kids. You know?
And not every moment is.
Yeah.
There's moments where you're so excited.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, if there was anything like where there was a time I wasn't sure, and there was a time when I was younger, it was because I just think about like the hell I put my parents through when I was a teenager.
Like, I can imagine.
I was just the fucking
That's a
worst.
risk taker.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I would never want to deal with what I put them through.
So L bet, or excuse me, Yo bet on the turn. Quite small.
Like the next thing to do.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm glad
Roughly
that-
what you'd expect
Yeah,
pair
yeah,
of fours to bet, and L forced to fold.
200.
225.
I was giving you a discount, sorry. That's right.
Close, but no cigars at the table.
So again, for those asking in the chat, Yo is not up a crazy amount. He just bought in for a crazy amount. Not a crazy amount. He bought in for a large amount.
Oh, that put it.
Scratching dirt off every move.
And we appreciate the
That's
gardening.
your This you off now?
Really? Can I?
Yeah.
No Omaha boys.
I don't think we can make a
No,
pair.
Ma.
We can make a pair together.
Maybe.
600 total.
That's it.
$1,300? 1,400, my apologies.
Big raise.
I get scared after the flop.
Yeah, right.
Garrett puts in the 3-bet and takes it down.
I want to see that picture.
Play for all of it or
Garrett, what is your
We
biggest?
just want to pick up $300, play it safe.
play it safe. Exactly.
What is your biggest spot ever?
It's something off stream.
Ah, yeah?
Yeah.
You cannot say the amount?
I just kid.
Oh my god, if you cannot say the amount, you're speaking in millions. Whoa, nice.
That is a baller move right there.
What is your biggest spot?
What's the biggest pot you've ever won? Oh, I can't tell you.
I saw it.
Maybe like a few between 3 and 500K pot.
Whoa.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
You remember? You don't remember it like the biggest in stream?
I don't remember. I can just like kind of vaguely remember the pot size for all of
Okay.
them. Yeah.
Nice.
Everybody remember the Andy's one. Somebody done this guy?
What a joke, huh?
I know.
Raise from Edmund. 3-bet from L.
Oh. No, we remember the one that.
Edmund.
with the queen high.
Snap
Yeah, how much was
shoves
that one? That
with
was
the pocket
about
sevens.
500. Yeah.
4-bet shove.
Yeah.
L quickly calls.
Okay, let's just. Alright, they're gonna do it. They're gonna twice, okay?
2 full boards.
Queen on queen. A queen deuce.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Queen.
Folded full house.
Nothing for Edmund.
Thank you.
That's an interesting board.
Yeah.
There.
Deuce.
Oh. Queen. Queen.
Both
Deuce,
mix
queen.
sets on the second board. And L's going to win
Oh, wow. I actually have both.
Oh, wow.
both boards.
Wow.
Wow.
What a turn.
So L, in the midst of a rough night, gets a
Can we get a chip from it?
bit of relief here
I had a
in
queen
the
deuce
form
again.
of a 14K pot.
Every time I had queen
Thanks to
deuce,
that
you
4-bet
What a
shove
tease
from
that
Edmund.
board was, huh?
Second one.
Yeah, yeah.
Big teasing, huh?
Yeah, the second one.
I thought I might have lost
Yeah.
the first one.
Difficult to lose twice with Joanne in that scene.
Wow.
And behind.
Edmund's gonna be playing 10,000 behind.
Edmund buys back in for 10K.
Can you get a lot of great chips and I'll give it.
Chips. Oh.
So he's in for the straddle first half. Seat 8. No, you're in the straddle. 300.
Can you give him just all great chips?
1100.
Yeah.
Your ID.
If you see the weight,
You want 2,000?
Ace king for L.
see the weight. Just
Which
the
is
tone.
the
So you
original.
can pay him off.
Garrett calls.
No, if you see her, you can just say, I want her. Thank you.
But I let
Quick
you
check
know
from
when
L.
I'm
And
She was here before.
very nice flop here from Garrett. Bets and takes it down.
No, I just say if you see the weight,
Oh.
just let her know that I'm looking for the cuts.
My ode. Big, straddle.
No, I got put in.
No, you,
Ron-
you,
Ron did
he
the
owes
forward.
him 100.
No, no.
Oh,
You
you-
gave him the money, he put it in.
But he owes you 2. Okay. Absolutely.
Yep.
Give him 5K.
You played on a stream before?
Here,
Okay.
it was the ladies'
Nice.
Christmas show in 19. It's by 5.
Was it fun?
400.
It was fun. I was so nervous.
Yeah.
And do you know Queenie? She is a really nice person.
Not Candy, right?
No.
Yeah. I don't think I know her.
And yeah, she was just really nice, and she like helped me relax.
Yeah,
She was
yeah.
singing Christmas carols and stuff.
Nice, yeah. I've heard like ladies games, tournament, like they're always like a lot of fun. Like
It's
all,
not my experience that every woman is friendly and fun to be
Yeah,
around,
yeah.
but that game was really fun.
Was it?
Oh, you
Yeah.
probably know Jamie.
Jamie Kerstetter?
Bella. No, Bella. Who,
Um,
like hosts Ladies Night here sometimes.
maybe.
700.
By face, I bet.
Her Instagram is Bookeridge.
Okay, got it. Yeah,
So
700.
that was fun.
Thank
you.
And then I played a PLO game. I don't even play PLO.
yeah. Got it.
So I lost in that one.
But never,
don't
never in Vegas though. Any of those streams.
No, I tried to get on,
Hey, can I get an espresso?
Yeah.
With brown
but I
sugar,
was
same
like,
as before?
they were
Thank
like,
you.
what do you want to play? I was like, 5'10".
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they're like, we don't have that.
Yeah.
I know a lot of
25.50 this
people
was.
that should have been able to get me on there.
Yeah.
But I think
think the 25-50 is the smallest one they're on.
Quarter more.
You probably know those guys. Do they invite you a lot?
Yeah. Post. Got it.
For 400.
But a lot of times, like, just because it's in Vegas, it's not really, you know, so it's not totally worth it. I mean, sometimes I don't get paid. I'm not as like well connected over there. You know, so.
Another ace king for
I mean,
L.
I'm friends with, like, you know, the guys who run the show, build the games, like whatever. But yeah.
You probably would just have to ask.
Yeah.
Call from Edmund in the small blind. They both bought pairs. We've seen a lot of cold calling from the first two blinds with hands like ace-10 off, king-jack off today. L bets. Edmund calls on the flop, and L's going to fire again here on the turn.
She's
I like
great.
her when she's commentating.
She's a very nice person too.
That seems, yes, she is, for sure. But like, I feel like the commentary is insightful.
For sure. Yeah. Those are tough gigs to land, the ESPN spots. So there's a reason it's her and Nick Schulman. These people are excellent at it.
Edmund does make the correct laydown on the turn.
Norman Chad too, right? Guy's always classic. Super funny guy.
He passed, right?
Norman Chad? No. He still does commentary and stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Somebody passed.
I'm not sure.
Commentator?
Mike Sexton.
Oh, Mike Sexton. That might be who you're thinking of, yeah. Mike Sexton was a world-class player too.
Yeah. I don't know. I just started 5 years ago, and I don't know like anything about who's famous or who's
Yeah.
commentating.
It's probably for the best. Doesn't really
Poker Twitter.
It doesn't actually really matter, you know. Most of the people who are famous will let you know about it, I guess, for better or worse. Like you said,
Raise for Mike.
Cards. It's not that serious, you know.
I played a tournament that was like too big a buy-in for myself, and I realized like I was in trouble when it was like they were like, oh.
Not sure what happened there on the flop, or pre-flop, rather. It says L free bet to $600, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Can I get my money back, please? Because I had heard those names.
Right, right.
But it seems like he did 3-bet to some size. And he'll let it go on the turn.
What do we think about a round of 200? He graciously started it. Get one of those in?
What?
Are we okay with that? All right, we got one.
Oh, I didn't hear. I didn't do that.
Don't worry. You're in.
We're going to do a round of 200.
You just keep quiet and put the money in when it's your turn. Okay.
I love the respect.
Kings for Ron. Just a call. He's going to slow play here. Christina just calls. So does everyone else. This is not the first time we've seen one of these slow plays result in a limped pot.
2,000.
Mike bets, Garrett calls, and now Ron's going to spring the trap. If memory serves, he did a very similar move with pocket kings in the first hour of the session,
No, enough, yeah, I said more than I should.
where he slow played them pre-flop, saw a limped flop, and then played them very aggressively
It worked.
post-flop and somehow got the max, but it is a risky strategy.
Wow. So what, 200 you feeling now?
2, yeah.
Well, Colorado.
There's the goal. That's the goal.
Yeah, my brother's went to the
Oh, there's the green. Where's the green?
I spent time in Boulder because my buddy did dental school in Boulder. Such a fun city. Is it Cherry Street? Is that what's called the main street?
Pearl.
Pearl.
Right?
Yeah. That whole street is so fun.
The Denver's not, oh, Colorado's nice.
What part?
Almost.
Yen raises, Garrett defends. Or rather, he 3-bets from the first straddle and takes it down.
Is it a round of Christina?
2. Yeah.
It's a ring.
Ron, the biggest winner so far, still here tonight. Christina also up a bunch.
Double straddles started with.
I think we'll get those charts back up on the screen after this hand.
The price of rice went up.
6 total.
Christina raises, couple calls. Yo bets the flop. It's a call from Mike. And Yo checks back as the top card pairs on the turn. Mike's going to try to get his ace queen to showdown.
Seconds, yeah.
Nines.
Big bet from Yo on the river. Don't know the exact amount, but it's pretty close to the size of the pot.
29.75.
Yeah, almost 3,000. Gets snapped off by Mike with ace high. Yo, by pocket nines. He's going to take down a 9K pot.
Nice.
The Hot Dog Dave says, why is Garrett playing so low? I guess 25, 50, 100, 200 is not big enough.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
If you want to play, if you want to see Garrett play higher, tune back into the show at 4 p.m. tomorrow, where he'll play 100, 200, 200. Ron, Christina, Garrett, the biggest winner so far. Yo also up 8K. L stuck 36K.
Not quite.
Mike
I'll
and
tell you.
Edmund also down significant amounts. See that Yo just bought in very, very deep. He's not up an astronomical amount. He is up, but not a crazy amount. But just bought in for a huge amount of money.
Good play.
L, the pre-flop raiser here.
Eight. Six. Take it. Good play.
Oh my god. Dude.
So if you're tuning in late, Yo is Johan Gilbert. He's a French poker vlogger who has played on the show before and who recently has had a bunch of scores in very big tournaments, including a couple of pretty big cashes, including an outright win at the Super High Roller Bowl Europe in Cyprus. It's very, very late in France right now, but for the first few hours there were tons of French folks in the YouTube chat here to watch Yo.
Yeah. Yeah, you can leave that. It's fine. I'll make change.
Oh, what happened? Two cards. You sure? As long as I have aces out.
Six. Six. Good. That's it.
You got the last one, you remember that?
Yeah,
You had a
I know.
panic attack in the middle of the last one. You're gonna be just fine.
Six.
Under the wrist.
Garrett was the pre-flop raiser here. He bets the flop. The snap call from Ron. And seemingly gives up the turn. Yeah, Ron bets and Garrett lets it go.
Sorry.
Such a demoralizing drive. They just shoved the ball 5-10 yards at a time all the way down the field.
That's what he does. This guy's a monster. I don't know how he still plays. I mean, his body has to be so hurting.
Probably has such sick steroids.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, he has to be full of drugs.
No,
You've
maybe
seen
not.
You've seen his knees?
Sorry.
I mean, come on. He's like...
Three. 15-25.
Yo with the raise, Edmund with a call, and Yen puts a squeeze on.
Okay.
King Jack suited. And takes it down.
Too much. For my end.
How do you know Wayne?
What's that?
How do you know Wayne?
From playing Jamie's game, the Christmas game.
Got it, yeah.
Oh, he's 100.
He was already building the
Yes,
games
he
then.
was,
Got
yeah.
it, yeah.
She
I
was
see
the
the
host of
Yeah.
that
purple.
one.
I didn't see it red.
No worries. Three.
Do you have other plans while you're here in LA? Other friends or
Dinner.
family?
Dinner, yeah.
I guess a friend you have here.
Yeah.
It's a good thing about LA. Like, there's always
Lots
other.
of people.
Yeah, always other reasons to come, right?
You say you live in Vegas.
Raise from Ron takes it down.
I've looked lately at the weather and it just says dust
Oh,
in
it's
Vegas.
horrible.
Has it been
No,
bad?
no, the weather-
I've
Yeah,
been
it's
there.
cold, huh?
But
It's very
No,
cold.
like the dust.
dust.
Ah, okay. No, I didn't see. There was a storm 2 days ago. Trees were.
It was here as well.
Yeah,
Oh, there was a storm here.
it was a big one, no?
Flew up my my two carports.
Seven.
Like,
7.
they weren't very sturdy, but
It knocked them over?
wow. Look at some
Wow,
of
so a
them.
limp from Ron. Just one straddle on this time.
That would have been
Yo
worse.
makes it 700.
Yeah. What?
7.
7?
10-9 suited.
6.
Nice try.
Trying to get the discount.
Citizen always try.
And Ron calls. So Jack's pretty sneaky here. And Israeli Ron flops top set. Middle pair for Yo, who quickly checks it back. Ace on the turn. Ron checks, and I like that a lot. Yo should have ace high a lot, and oh boy. This checked all the way down to the river, and Yo makes trips, and they are no good at all. And Ron checks again. We've seen in the past that Ron does like to slow play. And we've seen that Yo likes to bet big sizes. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when Yo bets a big, big size here and Ron raises.
Call. 3,000.
He just calls?
Wow.
Okay. Then it's okay.
I was afraid ace 10.
He just called. So Yo overbet, which I expected. And Ron just called with jacks full after it went check, check on the flop and check, check on the turn.
No, I
Ron just goes check, bet, call on the river.
Do you know anything fun to do around here?
I guess
yeah,
he's
really
concerned about
Right
What do you
around
like?
here.
Yo
no.
slow playing
Not around.
aces full or
No,
Pocket
not
tens.
this neighborhood.
If I'm being honest, no.
I saw like
From million to zero.
yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Your stroller?
That's
Yeah, no, you need a car to do anything.
get
on
like
that.
mugged for the first time.
Yeah. Get mugged for the first
very
time.
surprising.
There's
on
an
the river.
Applebee's across the street.
That's about it.
I saw there's mariachi band that plays.
Yeah, I haven't been. Maybe it's cool. Yeah. No, it might be cool.
That
I'm not
could be
kidding.
cool.
Yeah.
I took a picture of it.
Well, you're only 20 minutes away from million things.
Okay.
That's right, yeah. 20 minutes away from like so many fun things.
Raise 8.
Ron picks up aces here.
Straight play.
Lakers Nation says, no, Charlie, you can't explain this away. I'm not trying to. Just trying to guess the thought process. We see Ron make the nuts here on the turn.
100. 500.
You can't have it. You can't have it. I got it. Pull it.
Oh my god. I want that seat. That's all I see.
I'm glad we had a good hand. I folded getting about 1,000 to 1. Couple pocket eights.
Why don't you just check? Bluff on the river. I mean,
Maybe.
so what? What is it?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Spade. Spade. You have to pair. Spade.
You're gonna have to use yours.
300.
Raise from L. 3 calls. Flush draw for L. Middle pair for Ron. Checks through.
5.
Ron's still with the best of it. Makes it 500 on the turn. And Ron's queen, still good.
Oh, I see. I have to queen. I think it's straight.
Take it.
Check.
It's 300.
You're good. Just
the
put
bump
this
up.
in and
The
then you're
bump
fine.
up.
Don't worry about it,
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bump one.
It was misleading. If it's 300, yeah, it's the bump up.
I'm in for anything, yeah. You
know
can
you're-
convince the group to do anything. I'm
Both
in.
It's a lot. I mean,
are in the YouTube chat.
The other week
It
after
happened.
stream, they started doing, that's his car. Started doing $1,000 bump up. Three.
We are.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Because collection
I'll
is,
make one of
because collection.
I didn't say nothing. I didn't even hear you guys. I'm just a smiley guy. I really didn't even hear what you guys said.
Collection is empty.
Oh,
everything.
And then that's why they're doing bump up.
Count? Can I have a count?
yeah.
Dude, careful, careful.
Yeah.
What a mess that was.
Well, luckily we knew exactly how much.
So where do you live?
2450. Good, Marvin?
Where?
Idaho, it's in the northwest, like, Oregon, Washington.
Really?
College in Indiana, Purdue University, and then I learned it there.
Like some roommate or something.
Yeah, we play with classmates.
10 seconds. I can't. $25. All in.
Street flash.
What a
Straight
man.
flush.
Oh, wow.
No, it's 2 minutes.
What a man.
Oh my God.
Nice job.
And I was hoping to focus at the 6 with the 3 and 16.
He has so many hands that can call you too. It's so disappointing not to get called there.
Like I don't block, like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't have any
The,
pair on there, and he
you
doesn't
get-
have any pair, and he,
You get called so often there. That's so brutal.
we both don't have a pair, and he both.
You can't even see it. You can.
I have 5.
What a river, too.
I don't think we're good to the river.
It's funny he had a good hand. I thought he had 5'6". You know, he's like, can I just go smoke? If I were him, I'd be like, I win always.
I think he thought that, right?
I guess he thought that, yeah. I think he wanted to win and take the smoke right. Or he was nervous, right? Didn't want to know.
Is he coming back?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go. 9.
I'm sorry.
So,
This 2-seater is like the worst to see.
you can't see anything. You got to skip down there too.
Oh. But it's the wrong color.
Wow, that river, you're
Yeah, I mean,
excited,
yeah,
huh?
of course.
Free bet from Ron gets 2 callers, and Edmund flops top pair at the ace-king.
15.
I believe it was Ron who bet 1,500 here. Yeah. Edmund doesn't have a ton behind.
Only 'cause, like,
We can upgrade the purple.
You want to buy some white?
what?
You want some more white?
Oh, no.
For a bigger stack.
All in.
I actually don't
He's gonna
prefer,
jam.
Like,
I know, me
the
either.
arm room, I don't like that.
I hate having
yeah,
a lot of
I'd
chips.
rather like small chips.
I would
Like,
be-
least chips possible.
Yeah, I was doing
No, thank you. You want to buy my life?
Folds back to Ron now.
Four, 48, 25.
Sorry?
4, 8, 25.
How often do you play the
1,800?
Hustler?
4, 8, 25 plus for 15. I already pulled in.
Yeah.
4, 8, 25
These
and
games
small.
are, like, amazing.
Yeah, there's no real pattern.
I mean, they
Depends
did,
on-
they did a pretty good job
Alright,
when they
twice.
started, and it's a good
Whatever.
game.
Ron does call.
They're going to run twice.
I don't know, I've never seen most of those
king?
players on there.
Yeah.
Copy.
It's a $15,000 pot up for grabs. They're going to run out 2 turns in rivers. Ron needs a queen. Doesn't get one, and Edmund's going to get the full double up here. With ace-king against Ron's pocket queens.
That's I'm gonna give it $5. The game is nearly over. I don't care. I'm gonna be much.
Take it.
I mean,
Exactly what I put
here,
on as well.
that's not very fun.
I thought you might have the same thing as I did. I didn't see him fold right
Was
away.
it 25? Yeah.
When I pushed it in, I thought he was still in it.
But some of that, maybe. Some of that, I'm probably not.
I didn't really. We didn't have fun.
So a few more hands here tonight before we wrap things up. And again, don't forget, 100, 200, 200 tomorrow on Live at the Bike, featuring Garrett, Bill Klein, and Eric Hicks.
15.
We're going to have 100, 200, 200 next Friday as well. Raise from Yo, Yen 3 bets, Yo calls.
So we go every year, but not this year. My wife's at a bachelorette party, fortunately. So
8
we're
in the
going
window.
to Outside Lands
Oh, yeah, I've seen some
in
stuff
San
about
Francisco.
that.
That's the following week. So that's Halloween weekend. Yeah.
That'll be fun on Halloween.
It'll be super fun.
Do
So
you have
it's
costumes?
pretty good. No, we don't. I guess one day our groups decided to be farm animals.
1,300 here from Yen.
So,
Cute, all together.
yeah, there's like 8 of us.
I wonder if some people will be sexy farm animals.
I mean, that's my
Like,
plan.
can you be?
I'm not trying to be like fucking, you know.
Looks like
big
Yo's
ass
cutting out a
onesie,
raise.
You know?
Like
and
the cow.
yeah, and Outside Lands is like during the day
Yeah.
too. So like I'm always like hot, you know.
I
Figuring
was,
that Yen can have hands like aces and ace king, and that he, Yo, can have
Yeah.
Orange sweater full of
hands like 10, 9, and hearts.
It's not worth it.
He wants to
right?
bluff
Yeah,
with.
you want to feel good about yourself. Yeah. That's what I told her. I was like, I'm not wearing some fucking poofy costume, so you better come up with something.
But-
Shirtless.
Exactly.
Shirtless.
Yen just has ace queen and lets it go. The graphics haven't caught up yet, but that's what happened.
So she's just taking care of it for you?
Yeah, thankfully she takes care of things like that. Yeah, but she like loves it, you know.
Nice.
So, I mean, there's several people in our group that like will be in charge of it. You know, so.
Our fam, when my daughter was 2, we were all buddies.
Shout out to Wayne in the chat. Fun lineup tonight.
That's cute, though.
No, he was not.
Yeah.
He was
Nice
not,
to
it
see
was, like,
Yo in action.
fluffy and unflattering.
Yeah. To like to a rave we went to, like, I guess it was a couple years ago, because last Halloween there was no such thing.
Your first, yeah.
We were, sorry, fold. We were Roger Rabbit and Jessica Bunny. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But everyone just thought like we were like doing cosplay porn, and I was just pissed. Like we
looked too good.
We put like a lot of time into our outfits.
And they
and,
didn't
like,
get it.
Like 3 out of 10, you know. But most people were like sick cosplay, you know, like wrong industry, you know.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
That's pretty funny.
It's too old school. That's the problem. It's like an 80s movie, you know.
Yeah.
That's so not what I was going for.
That's like, I've seen a lot of ads though for Jessica Rabbit.
Really? Yeah.
Lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been popping up.
I wonder if there's a new movie or something coming out.
No, I mean just because I've been Googling like Halloween costumes,
Oh,
so
yeah.
I've been getting that
You've been
recommended, so
finding
maybe
that
it's
one.
coming back around.
Yeah.
So now we have chips. We ready?
I'm going to Fetish and Fantasy, and I like don't really want to go to something naked.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they wear, I guess, like basically nothing.
Right. Yeah.
I'm shutting down.
So I have a leprechaun costume,
No, no, keep it.
like a naughty
Take
leprechaun.
it.
My ace is cracked, my
Seems like a
nuts
fair
straight.
compromise, right?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
some
I-
clothes.
you know,
but-
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, I know.
Maybe like that
You know,
costume,
trying to
but
get
like
something
with
free for
layer
life, you know.
options. So you could go
How do you
more
do
or
Yes,
less.
and you
that
could
nine
go
hundred
somewhere
with
else
nine-
and
yeah.
be like,
on
I'm
the
here
yeah.
and I'm
pocket
dressed.
pins.
Exactly.
I was
Yes,
thinking
I have.
pushing it.
So I
I'm
have
sure
like
you were
the
gonna call,
corset
but I
thing.
mean- push it,
That's for
yeah.
the fetish
Probably.
fantasy.
Oh, I
But
mean,
then
it's
I have
I
like
start-
the
I haven't
jacket
shut
and
down,
skirt
but I'm like
going
in the
down.
way.
Nice,
You know,
Yes,
so,
I just can't get any flops, so when I got the king, you know,
Layers aren't
Yeah.
just for like winter,
Perfect, you know,
right?
perfect
Yeah.
for
Around
recording.
here.
Yeah, they're for Halloween
Because you
costumes.
haven't, you know, you can put jumpings and, you know, laces. I don't know. Probably I call. I mean, otherwise I would say I'm fucking neat, as I say anyway.
Lakers Nation, thank you for hanging out with us.
Heads up.
You gotta say, okay, you got it. Good call.
And then I did a quick.
Oh, raises
Yeah, you
Edmund
agree.
calls.
Don't forget the
Not much for either player.
100% you win one of them at least. 100, not even down.
Edmund does call though with some backdoor possibilities, and that's one of them. Spade draw now for
I'm going for my first
Edmund.
time this year.
Congrats, super exciting.
I just got
Calls
into,
again.
like festivals
Yeah.
and EDM.
You're gonna have something fun.
It'll be fun.
The only bad thing I can say about it is every other festival you go to after will never be as good.
Really?
Because it's just the best.
Okay, so there's
Yeah.
this one in the mount that I went to in the mountains in Utah.
L wondering if he can bluff
Okay.
here. We see that he
Yeah.
doesn't need to.
It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Oh, that's wild,
And
yeah.
you go through like one stage, like beads,
Shut up.
Yeah.
and then there's like this chorus.
He does check it back.
in
He's
the
mostly giving up. It's going to be
Yeah.
happy to see that he's winning with King High.
Sounds awesome. How many people go to that?
I don't know, maybe that was like 10,000.
Oh, that's still a lot of
About
people for
200.
such a
Maybe
like
I'm
remote.
exaggerating.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, EDC's like 150,000 per day.
Yeah, I'm
It's
prepared
crazy.
to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice.
You're gonna go to
Can they
EDC?
hear us on the stream? Can they hear us on the stream?
Almost for sure, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's like, okay, I'm not gonna
Yeah,
say
yeah,
that.
There's a mic there.
Yeah. Like the audio's not great because of these, so like yeah, if you want like something like you should just talk to your neighbor quietly.
I'm still the 25,
But
right?
this they're picking up.
They're
for sure.
listening.
Yeah, yeah.
You will go to EDC?
Yeah, are you
I will
going?
go. Yeah.
Okay, do you have a group to go with?
Yeah.
And
go
so,
with,
give the group, he's the
I
group.
have just one friend.
Okay, maybe
Yeah, we
meet
can.
up with us.
Yeah, we can definitely.
It looks like fun.
I
in
took
group.
the VIP pass, so I don't know what it is, but let's
You
see.
can go in fast and we'll meet you in there. You don't have it.
Okay.
We'll wave to you from the fancy
Yeah.
bathrooms.
My cousin thought I should do that. He's like, why didn't you do the helicopter?
No, there is no helicopter. It's just I think other years there was helicopter. This year,
It just depends. Like certainly not everybody does.
I assume that you most do.
Raise from
More
L.
often than not.
Yo calls
sure,
with the
yeah.
ace-9 off.
But if you already, I would say a lot of times what happens is people
Check,
will
check on the flop.
try it out, they'll do drugs,
Yeah.
and then later on they'll still
I was
love
gonna
the
try
music,
betting this on the
and
turn.
they will sometimes do drugs, sometimes not do drugs when they go to shows. It no longer becomes like a mandatory part of the experience.
Yeah, that seems like a really fair assessment.
But yeah, if you don't really care about the music, it would be harder to really enjoy yourself. So
Ace high?
Yeah.
They're going to chop this one up.
What did you say?
He's saying that Garrett is the best player on the planet in this game. No, for real. In French.
No, in French.
Ron's still mixing it up with viewers in the chat.
he even spelled my name French.
Yeah.
Threw an E on that. Threw an E at the end.
It's not a big deal. We all make mistakes.
Garrett. He's the French accent Garrett.
I know.
Nice playing with you, Garrett, huh?
And he has owned that mistake.
Pleasure, bro.
Not that he has any obligation to. So if you're in the chat giving him a hard time, I would suggest not doing that
Do you want to buy the 225?
Big on stream, like, let's give the follower what they want.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
know, I watched the stream last week, Mike, and you played great, and we're running good too. You had, like, you opened, what was it, like Jack 6 of clubs? Or you 3-bet. There was, yeah.
To be fair, with Jack
That
6,
did not happen.
doesn't sound good.
Yeah, that's how he plays in the home games.
Hold on, did you check?
As he checked, yeah.
Just wanted to be sure.
Kings for Ron, who's picked up a lot of big pairs tonight.
You played really well.
400.
An ace king for Yo.
Poker definitely works that way.
I was just
Some
about to tell you
days
about that.
you look like a genius, and other days anything.
You found it
but-
yourself.
I was playing
Grace.
once, and this guy was like, I was thinking like he was like a monkey could play your seats.
Sounds like a nice guy.
Yo puts in the 3-bet.
1850.
1850. He's probably going to regret that when he sees what happens next. Just a call.
Moving to the
996. So either player could have some 9x. Ron can have pocket 6s, but in general, this is a board that both players should miss. It's also a board that a lot of players will see bet at a high frequency, but I like that Yo did not do this based on what he's seen from Ron's play so far today.
How you there?
$25.
Ron bets 2,500.
How often do you have games? Yesterday it was just the first time.
It's just the first time.
All Chinese.
And Yo calls, wow.
2 of them are.
So 9,000 in his pot now.
They all, when I got in, did they all, were they all starting?
No, someone was late. Some people are late.
Let's check very quickly on the turn. And an ace on the river,
I
wow.
invited all of them.
So Yo gets there.
Yeah. G.
I think we could have definitely seen a bet on the turn, but
On my left.
Yeah, but the girl.
Ron checked it back quite quickly.
It's the best time. I'm not going to pay $10.
And now Yo bets over the pot.
Bitcoin miner.
And it's a quick fold from Ron.
Yeah?
Nice work. Good work.
So these two players keep battling.
Yeah, it is. It is not nice.
Yeah, it means nothing. He's mining.
I'm really sorry about that.
See our chip counts? Don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow.
And second largest.
100, 200, 200.
Did it get inside?
I'm Charlie Wilmoth.
I don't know.
Hires people.
It's okay.
So see our stats for the day. Thank you so much for watching live at the bike.
I don't really think it.
I like champagne, it's a good smell.
So young.
Yeah.
You're being really nice
Okay,
about
cool.
it. I'm gonna ask you, we're gonna
Come in?
look at it
All right.
later.
Young, right?
Yeah, just now ended. That was the last hand.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's,
for me,
I told you it was
champagne
the
is-
last time. I'm not going to give you $10.
I get lucky on the river. But what can I do? Should I follow? I can't follow. You cannot. Anytime. You cannot. Maybe if you met the